the leader of the opposition and the leader of Congress party, Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji, is also sitting here. They should apologize. They should from the country, and these people who consider themselves as the natural rulers of the country, I would like to tell them that today Congress party has brought down the level of politics in such a way that it is highly condemnable. The House is adjourned for 1 hour.
सभासदों, माननीय सभापति जी,
Namaskar. Question number 151, Sri Dhairyashil Mohan Patil ji. Honorable Minister.
A statement is laid on the table of the House.
Sriman Dhairyashil Mohan Patil ji.
अध्यक्ष महोदय,
Honorable Chairman, sir, my question relates to the Konkan region of Maharashtra. Chairman, sir, MSME department, because of limited resources, gives a boost to employment opportunities, and this work is being done very beautifully by the ministry. But in Konkan region, MSME industries, to be able to get make them able to get loans, it is necessary that schemes are implemented properly. Although a very good scheme is implemented, but these units are experiencing a very negative impact. And my question to the Honorable Minister is that to ensure a credit, what steps are proposed by the ministry? Honorable Chairman, sir, it is true that the question relates to Konkan region of Maharashtra, but the program with regard to MSME is implemented through central scheme, and I would like to inform the House about another thing. Basically, this question is related with environment. It doesn't directly relate to our ministry. But because this question has been posed to us, that is why we have given this information. My only submission is that so far as industrial activity is concerned, centrally 33% green belt should be there in industrial estate. And if there is some problem with regard to that, a committee was constituted, and there has been an amendment made by that committee. If 33% of green belt is created and space is left for that, then there won't be much area left for industrial activity, and therefore a committee was constituted, and the committee gave a suggestion. The committee is Forest Policy Conservation Committee, and in that committee report, it was said that 33% of green belt should be there, and later on the same thing was reported, but subsequently it was modified, and the committee recommended that in industrial estate, instead of 33%, according to the OM of 29th, it has been reduced to 10%, and in the polluting units, there are red and orange categories. Red category means that where there is more pollution, and for that 15% for red, and for orange category industries it is 10%. In green and white category industries, it is optional. This is for industrial areas, but for individual industrial units, the provisions that have been made that where there is more air pollution, in red category it will be 25%, and in orange it will be 20%, and in green and white, in green it will be 10%, in white it will be optional. wherever there are industries and where there is no pollution for that also, it is said that for red it will be 20% and for orange it will be 15%. And if we talk about it area wise, we have given the information in our reply that at 36 places we have worked in this direction. There is a list with me. It may take long for me to read that, but in brief, we can say that we have collected the data about 36 places and 10 lakh 76,000 industrial units are there, and 1 crore 80 lakh crores of rupees have been provided as assistance. And as a whole, I would like to say that for the entire country, we have made these provisions. So far as easy loans are concerned, it has been discussed with the Department of Finance, and whether it is Maharashtra or other states, we are providing loans to MSMEs. Second supplementary question. Honorable Chairman, sir, as I had said that this question relates specifically to Konkan area of Maharashtra. Konkan is an area which is rich with the minerals, and there are natural resources also, and many conventional industries are there. Ganesh idols are made there, and there are many cocoa products which are made in this region. Sir, despite this, the people of Konkan are migrating to other places, and it is a matter of concern. Honorable Chairman, sir, Honorable Minister knows a lot, and he has been seen as somebody who solves the problems of people. My question to the minister is that in Konkan region, the progressive industries and conventional industries should be given a boost, and employment opportunities should be created, and through that the migration that has taken place from Konkan, that should be reversed, and the area, the land of Konkan should be made green once again. And I would like to know what plan the ministry has for this, and the ministry must hold a meeting in the various districts of Konkan in the coming 10-12 days. One meeting should be held, and what is the proposal of the ministry with regard to this? I would like to know whether there is going to be a meeting on this. Honorable Chairman, sir, I would like to thank the honorable member for having given a suggestion for calling a meeting. Definitely, we would decide a date, and we would call him and other stakeholders. And so far as MSMEs are concerned, and giving benefit to people is concerned, MSMEs, MSMEs, the Prime Minister has created very good institutions, and till date, nobody had thought about poor people. The Prime Minister has given a lot of encouragement to MSMEs. And for this, as the honorable member said, that benefit should be given to these industries. We have created a portal, and the people who have PAN, we register such people, and those people who do not have any such documents, they are also registered on a different portal. And till date, 7 crore industrial units have been registered, and around 31 crore people are working in these industrial units. As I said in reply to the first question, which was about Maharashtra, there is Ahilyanagar, Amravati, Beed, Bhandara, Budhana, Chandrapur, Chhatrapati Shivaji Nagar, Dharashiv, Gadchiroli, Gonia, Hingoli, Jalgaon, Jalana, Kolhapur, Latur, Mumbai, Nagpur. So all these places, it is not particularly of Konkan district, but other areas also. In all these areas, we have given the number of people who have got benefited because of the schemes. 10 lakh 76,980 people have been given guarantees, and apart from that 1 crore 18 lakh people have been given financial assistance so that they are able to start new industries. Once we give them this benefit, they rise above poverty line, and migration is also stopped because of this. And migration takes place when there are no industries in an area. We want to reverse the migration. It was said that India is Vishwaguru and a golden bird. At that time, there were no big industries. We only had MSMEs, we had ironsmiths, potters, carpenters. But till date, nobody had thought about these small workmen. For these people, Prime Minister has launched the PM Vishwakarma scheme, through which a lot of benefit is being given to. The target is by 2028, 30 lakh people would be benefited. We have already given benefit to 12 lakh people. The honorable member wants to know how we give benefit to poor people. That is the only target and the objective of these schemes. The honorable member has given some good suggestions through his question. I would like to inform the House that MSME, the people working in MSMEs, the people like those who are running saloon on the pavement, and there are people who are working in leather area. Nobody had thought about them, but through PM Vishwakarma scheme, Prime Minister has made a provision that 15,000 rupees is an amount of 15,000 rupees is given to such people. Nobody had given any assistance to such people. It has been the vision of the Prime Minister to promote MSMEs, and we are getting very good results. The honorable member has mentioned that, and I would like to thank him for that. And I would like to repeat the suggestion that he has given is very good. And in the coming days, we are going to hold a meeting, and with regard to Konkan area of Maharashtra, we are going to take a concrete decision. Thank you. Third supplementary question. Sir, multiple policy.
6% of manufacturing MSMEs remain unregistered, with only a small fraction covered under GST or income tax system, leading to serious credit exclusion due to lack of reliable data and outdated underwriting practices. In this context, could the minister explain why single window clearance and registration mechanism have not reduced procedural delays as intended, and what immediate steps are being taken to simplify the registration so that MSMEs can formalize fasting and gain timely access to institutional credit?
Honorable Minister.
हाँ महोदय.
Sir, as the honorable member has talked about GST, first of all, I would like to inform her through you is that so far as MSMEs are concerned and small industrial units are concerned, GST is not that important. GST is not imposed on them. So far as the question of giving promotion to these small industrial units is concerned, for that only I have already stated that it is our objective to give jobs to poor people and to promote them. And so far as banks are concerned, what we do is that we give loans of 1 lakh without any interest, so that these people are promoted. When we give loans of 2 lakh people only at an interest of 4%. So far as GST is concerned, it is very nominal. Uh, we are doing that so that these rural people and these people working in MSMEs, they don't face any difficulty at all. These are the submissions I would like to make. Thank you. For supplementary, Dr. Bhim Singh ji. Sir, I would like to thank Honorable Minister. He has been our Chief Minister and I was a minister under him. Konkan is a lovely area of the country and it feels very good to visit that area. I would like to know whether the government would tell us on 27th of October 2020 and 29th October 2025, according to office memorandums, the industrial units of Konkan, the common green cover to implement communal green cover, how many clusters have been identified and what is the progress in that regard? Honorable Chairman, sir, it is a fact that the OM that was issued on 27th October, that was for industrial units, and by that time 33% of green belt was to be created, and on 29th of October 2025 another OM was issued, and it was felt that 33% was too much, and that is why the requirement of green belt was reduced, which is 20% and 15%. There we have defined red category industries and orange category industries. So far as green and white category industries are concerned, it is optional for them to create green belt. So far as the number of beneficiaries concerned, he talks about Konkan region in the first supplementary, and as Honorable Bhim Singh ji is saying, we have emphasized, we have said that if we have to hold any meeting, we would hold that in Konkan region so that we can discuss all these things and solve the problems of Konkan region. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman sir, for giving me the opportunity to speak on supplementary question after 20 months. Sir, मैं आपके माध्यम
Sir, through you, I would like to know from the Honorable Minister, in Puri area of Odisha, how many people are getting benefit? How many people in MSMEs are getting benefit? Sir, the question relates particularly to Konkan area of Maharashtra. So far as Odisha is concerned, the honorable member has expressed curiosity. I would provide him information later on.
Honorable Minister.
Sir, the answer has been placed on the table of the House.
The first supplementary, Shriman Mayank Kumar Naik ji.
माननीय सभापति,
Honorable Chairman, sir, through you, I would like to know from the Honorable Minister, Air Seva web portal and mobile app, the complaints that have been received through these, on an average, how much time is taken to dispose of these complaints? And some airlines have caused an undue delay in disposing of these complaints. If they have done so, what action has been taken against such airlines?
Chairman sir, सबसे पहले मैं
Sir, first of all, I would talk about Air Seva. Air Seva was started in 2016, and it was a very good initiative. The people who have grievances, they can take up those grievances with the ministry. With this spirit, we had started this Air Seva, and there have been 3 versions of Air Seva. As and when we get feedback from passengers, we have tried to improve these apps. We are right now having Air Seva 3.0, and there are many stakeholders who are involved with this, along with the airlines and DGCA, and security regulators are also there. Immigration related stakeholders are also there.
Problems ho sakte.
Wherever problems could arise, those stakeholders are all on board, and with ministry, with Air Seva at service level, there is an agreement among all, and it has been put in place just as the question implies of the honorable member in how much time it happens and what action is taken by them. So service level agreement is brought about with these stakeholders, and whatever subject about airlines, about airport, about immigration, whatever subject matter is raised, all that is taken care of, and the time has been defined in how much time we have to address. I'll cite some examples like service level agreement, one we had with DGCA about airworthiness, and 15 days is the time limit. It has to be addressed. If passenger rights we talk of, and in airlines, delays are there within a day, then ticketing, fare, refund, 15 days is the time limit. Grievances, Air Seva, under that, whatever we receive, everything is clearly defined. Service level agreement does it, and according to this agreement, these grievances in these many days have to be done. If compliance is not there, limit is not maintained, or grievance is not addressed within the time limit, then ministry conducts inquiry and immediate action is taken why it was not done, and stakeholders also the consultation, that process goes on with that.
श्रीमान मयंक कुमार नायक जी।
Thank you, Sabhapati ji. Sir, मैं उत्तरी
Sir, I come from northern Gujarat, Mehsana, and in northern Gujarat and in Rajasthan adjoining areas and districts, I had demanded that under Udan Yojana from Mehsana to Mumbai, there should be some air service started. In northern Gujarat, the traders are there, and tourism development is also there, and Rajasthan adjoining districts are there, and they go to Mumbai, and Mumbai also they go. So northern Gujarat needs to be connected because we have to go to Ahmedabad. Otherwise, I request the honorable minister about Udan Yojana, what is being done about this place. If Mehsana to Mumbai Airways we start, we can have tourism enhancement. Prime Minister also wants that across the country there should be employment generation and revenue generation through tourism in the country. It would be a big medium for that, and because of air service introduction, people will get connectivity also. So I want to ask by when it can be started.
माननीय मंत्री जी।
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chairman sir, sir Mehsana bill in the Udan की जो scheme है उस
Mehsana is part of the Udan scheme, sir. But the main spirit of Udan scheme is about airstrips wherever they are available, how we can make it airport and we can facilitate the services from there. So airstrip has to be converted into airport. Land is needed for that, and state governments we consult with, and according to availability we do it. Because if any aircraft has to fly, then we need a runway to take off, land, and Airbus 2400 meters, ATR 1800 meters is the minimum airstrip requirement for that. Airstrip during British era, they were all set up mostly, and 1000 meters. They needed to be expanded. In Orang document, it has been listed that Mehsana would be developed, but there is one more process besides. Airlines bid for routes, Mehsana Mumbai, if demand is there, Mehsana Ahmedabad or Mehsana Delhi, demand is there. If any airline says that we would start and we are ready, then we get the initiative that airlines already is ready and we can develop that airstrip. So airlines has to be ready, state government has to give land on the other hand, and can have airports there.
Supplementary, श्रीमान कार्तिकेय शर्मा जी।
Chairman sir, मैं माननीय मंत्री
So I want to ask the Honorable Minister about Air Seva portal. It's a very praiseworthy step and initiative. People have information because the government has policies that so many are traveling and air flyers for the first time. They are traveling, the passengers are traveling for the first time about their rights, whether any step has been taken by the government, and they should be prominently displayed or through app or behind the seat, because air flyers know, the frequent flyers know, and language problem may be there for first time flyers. So what are their rights, whether they can go to washroom when, and ticket refund would be available, they can want water or something, all these things. What about them? Honorable Chairman, sir, I thank the honorable member at the outset. A very because air saver is there that, but from our ministry, from DGCA and civil aviation requirement, cars already it is known as, and passengers are told about their rights, but cars are technical documents in a way, and many passengers do not have information to that extent. So an important question arises, how to make passengers aware about their rights, and if any scenario is there, and in that scenario what can be done under distress, in inconvenient situations, what rights they can exercise. We need to make them aware. DGCA cars, according to passengers, if delay is there, what are the rights? They have been put in place. If cancellation is there, how airlines have to refund and delay overnight or for longer duration, then what would happen? Hotel accommodation has to be provided. All this has been listed out in cars, but for the same initiation that it has to be reached to wider range, passenger charter document we have made publicly available, and clearly it's a very good document. And through August House, I want to tell the public across the country, those who are traveling by air, that they should know. And car is a technical document, and passengers do not go into details. It is now for facilitation. In our country, first time flyers are rising in number, anxiety, nervousness they go through. So if cars they are made aware of, and rights they are aware of, then their journey would be relaxed to a great extent. So the way contents we have put in place about flight delay, flight cancellation, boarding denied due to overbooking, or flight diversion, cancellation charges, lost delays, damaged baggage, and some topics I'm enumerating. So many other things are there. And common man has to be made aware. Scenarios have been depicted here. In one scenario, you have checked in on time, but the airlines expect delay of 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours more. And what is your right? Your right is
be offered free of charge meals and refreshments in relation to the waiting time. So,
so not only car is displayed, scenarios have been explained as to in which scenario what kind of rights you can avail. And our effort is that these passenger chartered documents should be made available to all passengers, all customers, and they should go through it before they board the plane. And cars updates are also regularly done, and passengers should also get this update here. So I'd like to say that about this, already ministry has put in place a good document. As possible, we are just aware from our side, this effort is continuously on.
Fourth supplementary, Sriman Santosh Kumar P.
Thank you, sir. Recently, on 6th of December, there was an order issued by the Civil Aviation Ministry, so to regulate the airfares. So, limit, this order will be applicable for travel till the fare stabilizes. So what do you mean by the stable price in airfare? Number one. Two, will this order applicable Onam and other seasons also? Onam, Christmas and other seasons also?
sir, ये airfare से संबंधित.
So it's about airfare. This is a question related to the airfare.
When you talk about airfares, the surge in air prices that you see is generally because it is a deregulated sector when there is a mismatch in the demand and supply. When the demand becomes too high, then the seats that you can supply in the market, that is when the airlines they with their models of the air pricing, they tend to rise, and that is why exactly the honorable member was mentioned during Onam or during the festivals, not only in Kerala, but you observe this in North India during Diwali also. And when it comes back to this capping of prices, airfares during the 6th of December, we all are aware with the Indigo crisis that has happened, and we all know how much distress it has caused. And one major thing that has happened during that time is the capacity constraint at which Indian aviation was operating. Indigo being the major airline and their operations being curtailed, there was a huge disruption, huge cancellation of the regular flights that were there. So the capacity has come down. The seats that people can use to travel has come down. So generally, the other side of the trend would be the airfares would rise. That is exactly why we have to keep the cap, to keep the airfare at a very reasonable and affordable way. We have capped the prices. And regarding the other seasons that might come up, other times when the airfares might rise, the ministry is closely observing all these seasons. We are continuously, we are continuously engaging. We are continuously engaging with the stakeholders on this. And whenever there is a situation, whenever there might be a situation when this is there, we from the ministry are taking action. And I will give you other examples also. During Kumbh Mela, we have done it. During Pahalgam incident, we have done it. During COVID also, we have done it. So whenever there might be a situation when the airfares might rise, the ministry is acting upon it and taking the necessary action.
Fifth supplementary, Shriman Pramod Tiwari ji.
मैं आभारी हूं आप
Honorable Minister has replied, and there is a supplementary and a suggestion also, sir, there from. Because of monopoly, Indigo related harrowing experience was there as far as passengers were concerned. Indigo's behavior, their crew behavior, their service, usually because of their higher stake, it all is dissatisfactory or unsatisfactory and not satisfactory to the extent expected. I'd like to say only this much, whether any advisory would be issued for common passengers and the honorable members who come to attend parliament or to fulfill their duties when they travel, what kind of behavior they should have. It should be better, I'd like to say. And related supplementary, you have already replied to the main question. This rudeness in their behavior and Indigo crisis just we saw, passengers were charged 5-6 times more, 50,000-60,000 rupees they were charging, 80,000 they were charging. So during Mahakumbh also from Bengaluru, 65,000 rupees it was costing. So I had raised the question. So I'll request whether you will regulate this looting for airfares, and for better services, you will issue a circular to Indigo and such like companies.
Chairman sir, ये सवाल.
Honorable Chairman sir, many honorable members would have this question in their mind, and public also must be thinking about it. So I'd like to say that the frontline staff of airlines at airport also, if you see, they have to behave in a certain way. About airports also, it's the same. There are very many stakeholders who are in travel, airline staff, ground handling staff, baggage handling staff, CISF are also there. They are very important wing in the airport safe operations. And our side, we try best to have touch point experiences nice with CISF, check-in counters, the security gate, boarding gate, or airlines itself. They should have good experience. From our side, we want that at every checkpoint, passengers should have good experience, how to communicate. SOPs are there, how in relaxed mode they have to be traveling. This is our effort. And training also goes on accordingly to a great extent. You have given the suggestion. Yes, of course, definitely. I'd like to say that already the effort is on. And if any specific situation would have been there, action had to be taken, and situation got aggravated due to some behavioral concerns or something like that, action definitely would be taken. We do that because passengers should be treated in a proper way. All these should be done at all checkpoints, not airlines alone, but all checkpoints where touch points are there for passengers. And second issue is about airfares. Yes, ministry has taken it very seriously. Tariff monitoring unit in DGCA is there, and it has to be further empowered. And so many routes we have to monitor. International routes also now we have started to monitor, because the pressure we want to build on the airlines that this way opportunistic pricing they should not do. And from ministry we are paying full attention. In Air Seva also specifically tariff monitoring facilities incorporated, so that if passengers feel that this price is beyond limit and it should not be so, then screenshot they can give to us, and we would definitely take action, and airlines also would be proceeded against. So many mechanisms we have put in place of like nature.
153, Shri Kapil Sipal ji. Third supplementary, Honorable Minister.
उत्तर पटल पे लग दिया गया. So statement is laid on the table of the House.
Third supplementary, Shri Satpal Sharma ji. Satpal Sharma ji. John Britas, please take your seat. John Britas, please take your seat. Please take your seat. No cross talking, please. No cross talking. No cross talking, please.
माननीय सभापति
Honorable Chairman, sir. Through you, I want to bring it to the notice of the Honorable Minister. I want some information, sir. Total number of major reservoirs in whole of the country is 161. While in North Zone,
there are only 15 major reservoirs. मैं मती जी के
I want to bring it to the notice of the Honorable Minister through you, sir. How do you define major reservoirs?
one thing और जम्मू कश्मीर
And in Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh, like regions are there where about water shortage, we have problems with crops. Major reservoirs, their definition, and in small areas, availability about it all, the Honorable Minister should tell. And PM KSY, Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, and through that also in small areas, I have seen how distribution is taking place. It's nominal, it's minimal. AIBP and CAWDM also through that distribution is done. So I'd like to request through you, the Honorable Minister, to please provide information. Honorable Chairman, sir, through you, I'd like to tell the Honorable Member specified dams and major dams are there. They are defined 15 meter taller and 10 to 15 meter tall. Specific challenging features like long crest, large reservoirs, difficult foundation, high flood discharge. These are specified or major dams.
और अध्यक्ष जी पीएम केएसवाई के बारे में जो आप
Sir, PM KSY, I raised a question.
जवाब बाकी अधूरा है
नहीं मैं कर रहा हूँ उनको भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं तो
Shriman Irana Kadade ji.
धन्यवाद महोदय
Thank you, sir.
ने मुझे पूरा
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to spark the supplementary question. In Karnataka, sir, right now 200 and more big dams are there.
मुख्य समस्या इन सभी बांधों
there's a problem with regard to these dam sales about dregs and silting. And because of that, capacity gets affected adversely. I want to ask about the reverse.
और भा-
And to clean these water bodies under the National River Conservation Scheme, has there been any scheme formulated? And to clean how many of these rivers the government has undertaken any projects? So the question raised by the honorable member, this is a big problem for us, and due to the silt, and desilting is very important, and in 2022 the ministry formulated a policy for desilting, and supporting that the state governments have also been implementing the same, and at many places these state governments are also tendering it, and for desilting and reduce the silt, other mechanisms are also being paid importance, and they are trying to desilt. And specifically in Karnataka, the details they have sought is not available with us right now.
Third supplementary, Sri Digvijay Singh ji.
माननीय सभापति महोदय,
Honorable Chairman, sir, generally, all the major projects are sent to the Central Water Commission, and after the DPR is sanctioned, the final sanction is provided to them. In Madhya Pradesh, I have various examples wherein the government of Madhya Pradesh, without the sanction of Central Water Commission, gave sanction in major projects also. I want to know from the Honorable Minister through you that whether in major projects the DPR sanction is mandatory or not.
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी,
Honorable sir, the honorable member has asked a very important question. And without that, no state can carry out its work. It can work out of its own money, and only after getting the sanction from DPR and from the ministry, then only it can carry that out. So if he is cognizant of any such cases, that should be notice.
Question number 154.
Sriman Samik Patel.
sir, a statement is laid on the table of the House, sir.
Now first supplementary, Sri Samik Bhattacharya ji.
Thank you, sir. My question is related Ashoknagar oil field in West Bengal, where Government of India has already invested more than 1,000 crore. So through you, I want to know from our honorable minister, can our minister confirm whether the recent issue raised by the government of West Bengal on stamp duty composition, despite a clear provision under the Petroleum and Natural Gas Rules 2025, is further delaying production and compromisation India's energy security?
Sir, I would like to thank the honorable member not only for this specific question, which I'm happy to answer, but also for his persistence in this issue. Sir, projects related to exploration and production, or ENP, are by very definition complex. They have a long gestation period, and sir, they involve heavy capital expenditure. Insofar as the Ashoknagar project is concerned, sir, as this House, some of us at least have been very familiar with this, the production sharing contract was signed for exploration block WB ONN 2005-4 between ONGC and oil during the NELP round 7. This was done, sir, in 2008, and ONGC was the contractor for this block. This block is located in the North 24 Parganas district, and the discovery was made, sir, in 2018. As the honorable member has said, sir, it is true that ONGC has spent 1,000 crores already on it. It is our estimate, sir, that the Bengal Basin contains a total of 240 million barrels of oil equivalent in place, proven reserves. If you go by this figure, at 30% recovery, the cumulative production value can be around 45,000 crores, out of which the state of Bengal would get 4,500 crores. So the limited point I'm seeking to make here is that initially a lot of time is taken, long gestation, heavy capital expenditure, but once you begin to see the oil and gas being extracted, it's pure joy after that, because that expenditure is recovered. Now, the operator applied for a petroleum mining lease to the government of West Bengal. The provisional PML, petroleum mining lease, was received from the West Bengal government in February this year, February 2025. Sir, I've had the opportunity in June this year of convening an Urja Mantra, a meeting of all the states along with all the other stakeholders. And I'm very happy to say that there is a new enthusiasm, new spirit of cooperation, and everything is moving per head. I can understand the honorable member's anxiety. Are we going to get delayed further? Sir, the exchange of letters between ONGC and the West. I have copies of the letter with me. My reading, based on where we've reached so far, that in the light of the latest legislation which we have, the oil field development thing, which has come out after that date, I think it was notified only about 5-6 days ago, I don't see any problem. The situation is quite clear that stamp duty has to be paid on the duration of the entire lease. So if the lease in this case is 30 years, the stamp duty will be paid on the entire lease period. The issue is on royalty. Stamp duty will be paid on royalty as and when the royalty is received. I mean, the whole idea is to facilitate this both for the concerned state government and the operator. And I think the honorable member who's been pursuing this will also realize that there has been all-round movement on this. Personally, I'm not a soothsayer and I don't like to anticipate, but I think considering when we started, 50 years it's been going on. 2008, we had the production sharing agreement. 2018, we moved forward on the PML. Now we have everything in place, maybe another few weeks, and hopefully we can say that this is something that we have achieved and that production will go on. Sir, I'm very happy to tell you that states, when they cooperate with the exploration and production activity, they get revenue, sir. Sir, they get revenues from petroleum and diesel. I can just share with you, the state of Andhra Pradesh is getting 16,000 crores, Gujarat 24,500 crores, Maharashtra 37,000 crores, Rajasthan 18,900, 24,861 crores, Uttar Pradesh 31,200 crores, West Bengal 13,000. I'm sure once this is fructified and we have other discoveries, 1,000 crores has been invested and an area of 99 square kilometers are there. This is only one small area. When this began, I'm sure West Bengal's revenues will also go up as a result of this. So I'm reasonably confident, as I said, that based on the latest law, this business about stamp duty on lease rent and stamp duty on the royalty, which will be payable as and when the extraction takes place, and the royalty as a fixed amount accrues to the state government, this will be resolved. Thank you, sir.
Second supplementary, Sriman Samik Bhattacharya ji.
Sir, in view of the repeated delays by the state government, what remedial or security measures is the union government considering to ensure that the states do not hold national strategic energy projects hostage to procedural or revenue related disputes?
Honorable Minister.
Sir, I think in a...
My dear Minister is giving you the reply.
Sir, I think, sir, in a normal seminar kind of discussion, this is a very valid question. But the thrust of my reply is that I think we've already reached the point where this deal is going to be finalized based on the exchange of letters on 10th and 12th December. However, I think the honorable member deserves to be commended for asking a question which is overall. If states do not cooperate, do they or do they not undermine the country's national, economic, and energy security? That is a general point. Let me just say that I am particularly worried because I see a situation where we are producing, let's say, a total of 250,000 barrels a day from the KG basin, another 100,000 from Rajasthan. These are rough figures in my mind. 100,000 barrels from Assam, maybe 1.5, 2 lakh barrels from Gujarat. These are approximate figures. It is precisely for that reason that I convened an Urja Manthan with partnerships of the states, where these discussions have taken place, and as a result of which a large number of states have given clearances. I've already got 50 clearances from Urja Manthan in June of 2025. So I think if states withhold clearances, my submission through you to the state, sir, is they are undermining their own economic well-being. I just read out how much states are earning from the revenue on petrol and diesel, and it'll be very clear that the states which have been slow will now have to recover. Are doing well. But sir, overall, we have an economy growing at 8.2% in the last quarter. Our energy consumption, according to the Indian International Energy Association, is that in the next 20 years, we will be consuming more than 30% of the incremental demand. So the energy consumption is rising. So our imports are also rising, even though domestic production is going up. But today we are consuming, sir, 5.6 million barrels of crude a day. Our refining capacity is going up. I would like to have our state governments, in partnership with the central government, to get more and more of this revenue. And I think what the honorable member has asked is valid, but let the message go through this house that the states actually serve their own economic well-being and the welfare of their citizens when they grant these licenses expeditiously. I'm also confident, sir, that with ENP going up, we have the next 10th round of bids going to come up very shortly. Overall, with the new law in place, all the stakeholders will benefit from the far-reaching changes that the government under the Honorable Prime Minister has made in the last few years.
The third supplementary, Dr. Fauzi Akanji.
Sir, since the Lok Sabha reply dated 13th May 25 confirms that ONGC received the petroleum mining lease for the Ashok Nagar field on 24th February, and the minister also has just said that. And the FDP projections reported publicly indicate first oil within 10 months and gas within 17 months. So these timelines, sir, seem to be slipping. May I ask whether the mining ministry has assessed how this delay will affect the earlier realization of the 17,922 m³ of oil envisaged under the FDP, along with the associated revenue and local development benefits, and whether the ONGC has been directed, sir, to issue a revised time-bound production schedule.
Honorable Minister.
I want to thank the honorable member for referring to those timelines. And as she herself would have noted, that was a provisional petroleum mining lease. And sir, the ministry concerned is not the mining ministry. Earlier in 1948, we had a law which governed both mining, that is extraction of ores, and petroleum mining. But this latest act that we brought, sir, this separates the two. Now a petroleum mining lease has to be negotiated by the concerned state government or other entities with the central government. And the timeline starts only when the lease deed is signed. So when the honorable member refers to, say, 10 months or 15 months, that is a timeline from the date it starts. Because we are reasonably certain that the oil and gas are waiting to be extracted, but unless it is granted and signed, and I think the latest step in that direction, sir, I want to remind the honorable member that there has been an exchange of letters on 10th and 12th of December, just barely 3-4 days ago, and where the state government had referred to wanting, I think, stamp duty both on the lease period and the royalty, when we pointed out that latest law clearly stipulates, without any degree of ambiguity, that the lease stamp duty, which is a very small amount, will be paid for the entire duration, but the stamp duty on the revenue earned from the the oil which is extracted as a percentage that I mentioned, how much we have estimated, that will be paid as the extraction goes on. So I'm very clear that timelines haven't slipped. It's just that if the petroleum mining lease deed had been signed, say 2 months earlier, it would have started from there. But I'm reasonably confident that with these clarifications and the ongoing interaction between the ONGC and the state government of West Bengal, and I can tell you the same thing, sir, is happening with the other state government. The new law brings in a degree of clarity which leaves everyone clear and certain. It brings in predictability, and I think all these leases will now go forward.
So the fourth supplementary, Sriman Sanilal Gracia.
माननीय सभापति जी,
Honorable Chairman, I'm grateful for an opportunity to ask this question. I would like to know from the Honorable Minister that in Rajasthan, through Petroleum Ministry, a refinery he ensured to set up a refinery there. The time has already lapsed. So even after the lapse of time, it has still not been set up there, and because state also has a revenue share in that, so I would like to request him to expedite the process of setting up, and what steps will you take to set this up as early as possible? So
The honorable member is as familiar with the details of the refinery he's referring to in Rajasthan, I think the Barmer refinery, as I am. But since he's asked the question, it gives me an opportunity to explain. Sir, this is a long pending project. It is a project which started well before the government headed by the Prime Minister took over in 2014. But it is a matter of great satisfaction that this very large refinery, I don't offhand remember the capacity, but it's one of the biggest refineries that India is going to have. And it's an integrated refinery which will have not only petroleum and diesel being refined, but it will also have an integrated petchem project. So we are now again at the point, today we are at 10th December. So the discussion going on with the state government is whether we'll be ready to cut the first crude has been brought, and whether we are ready to cut it in, say, 30 days time or a little less or a little more. So the good news is, and it needs to be shared here, most of the work has been completed. But sir, I am one of those who believes in not coming forward to refinery of which testing has already been done. It has, as I said, 9 million metric tons per annum capacity. And I believe, sir, that the crude has arrived there. Whether we do the cut, we need to test all the systems are functioning. And it's only a matter of a few days. Then I will accompany my colleague, the honorable member, who has been with me there many times. But since he chose to ask this in the context of the Ashok Nagar question, I am very happy to oblige him. Thank you, sir.
Fifth supplementary, Sriman Muhammad Nadimul Haq-ji.
So thank you very much. So despite the tone of the previous questions to the contrary, sir, the West Bengal government has requested the ONGC to provide specific details of the land areas to be explored in Ashoknagar, sir. And to say, and as confirmed by the minister, that the ONGC gave the details in 2024, and the government immediately gave the license. So I just want to confirm with him that the government of West Bengal is fully cooperating with the ONGC in this matter, sir. And initially the land area for exploration was 5.88 kilometers, which was expanded to 90
Be
square
specific
kilometers.
about your question.
Sir,
please.
that is my question, sir. That
Don't give
let,
big
let
lecture,
the
please.
minister,
Come to the point.
let the minister
You
please
please-
confirm that there is
No,
full
you be
cooperation
specific about
in
your
this
question,
regard
please.
with the government of West Bengal.
Honorable
Sir,
Minister.
I said initially, sir, I'm happy to repeat it. It is something which has been going on since 2008. It started with 5 square kilometers. Now we're at 99 square kilometers. Specific details were sought. They have been provided. And in the light of the latest correspondence, which is just a week old, I'm reasonably confident we can get started on this and then
Further
revenues will
discussion
come in.
on election reforms. Shri Ajay Makanji on the 11th December 2025. I now call upon Dr. M. Tambidurai to resume his speech. Time remaining 7 minutes.
Honorable Chairman, sir, I continue to speak on the election reform, which I yesterday, day before yesterday, spoke on this house. Especially the election, the ADMK party is a faith on the election commission. What are the actions they are taking? We are in the faith, sir. First of all, the election ADMK believes clean and accurate electoral rolls strengthen democracy. Transparency empowers voters. And also, the election campaign is one of the important, the election process. In that, political parties must be given the proper chance to campaign that area. Especially in Tamil Nadu, sir, I'm going to raise certain points here. Sir, election commission is very vital part of the healthy democratic system. It is the part of the election system, sir. After Karur incident, Tamil Nadu government to formulate the SOP, standard operative procedure, to conduct the public meeting by the political
Please,
parties.
either you take your seat
In this connection, High Court Madras issue
or please go to the lobby.
formulate SOP. Government also conducted
Derek
a
O'Brien ji,
all-party meeting
Derek
to
O'Brien
hear
ji.
the opinion at the parties. So far, no, sir. Formulated by Tamil Nadu government is not, SOP is not fully taken. So political parties facing hardship in Tamil Nadu to conduct public meetings to express our views to the public for the campaign, sir. And also, sir, you are now my leader, Edappadi Palaniswamy, wanted to address the gathering in Hero district. He could not, sir, election campaign is one of the election campaign is one of the department.
Please stick
This election
to electoral reforms. So, don't raise the issues of the state. Please come to the
No,
electoral
no,
reforms.
sir, election commission process, how the elections are taking place, that is what I'm raising. In Tamil Nadu, for electoral reforms, when they are taking place, for especially to campaign is one of the important the election process. What we are facing, where my leader could not get the proper chance and a proper place. And I am telling this is a fact, but sir, but the Tamil Nadu government, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister yesterday, he had a big rally in Tirunnamalai. He followed the condition SOP, whichever whether they followed. But why are putting the condition for us? And also this, sir, this is very, very impartial. And that this is not baseless, sir. And also regarding the electoral accurate electoral roll sensor. When I spoke this regarding this system, Yelango farmer, sir, is not here. The member of the DMK said, I am this election home ministry, and law minister is supporting ADMK party. Sir, how can they support? This is that's the allegation they made. This is on the record. Therefore, I am once again saying, sir, I also serve as a law minister and watch by government. The election commission under me. Once again, say, they never interfere in that. But now, sir, when the election is a revision, the poll is taking, SIR is different issue. But every year, electoral rolls are reform. That is going on. In that side today, sir, one, ex-MP of this Rajya Sabha, DMK member, said, made the paper has come, 85 lakh voters going to be removed in Tamil Nadu. This accusation, who is responsible for that? Tamil Nadu government is conducting all these things. How can you say, give the misrepresentation, then
no.
election 85
No.
voters going to remove?
This is the job of the election
Sir, my time
commission.
is my time.
Yeah, your time. You please stick on to, don't make false allegations.
No,
Unless-
not false
No,
allegation. I am
you-
giving the, if you want the authentication, I give the authentication. I will authenticate. I will
You
authenticate that. What
authenticate.
he said.
Please, you all by
I will-
name.
I
You
will
please by
authenticate.
name. You please by
I will
name.
authenticate
When you are
what-
interviewing, you will speak. That like this, there cannot
This
be
is the-
arguments and counter arguments. Please, you all take your seat.
No,
Then you
Sir,
please take your seat. Please, you take.
sir.
Trichy Shivaji, you please take your seat. Madam, you please take your seat, please.
Sir, I told you, election campaign is one of the electoral reforms. First, during the, sir, you know very well, first, during the Erode by-election, opposition party complained that voters are allegedly held in a temporary sheds, denied the freedom movement, and prevented from meeting opposition candidates. Such action is to amount to the influences that
Please maintain silence in the house. Please take your seat.
former minister at ADMK.
Honorable Chairman has
Sir,
already requested
sir,
you
sir,
to
I-
confine
sir, my
yourself
time,
within the
sir.
boundaries of
Sir,
discussion.
I'm going to, sir, I want to come to the point, sir.
Please.
See, election commission is allowing campaigning for the political parties. But what I am, what the
Already Honorable
DMK
Chairman has
party
told.
is doing,
Already Honorable Chairman has
they
told.
are all denying the chance for us. For example, I'm told you what happened in Erode by-election also.
Please, it's
Sir,
not.
sir, I'm telling. See, instead of
We are
since
discussing
I am as a candidate,
election
I
reforms.
have every right to go and campaign and meet the voters. The DMK government is not doing allowing
Please,
that.
please, the
They are
state government,
taking
you are
all
not
the voters
discussing.
and kept in a camp,
You
and they are not
speak
allowing.
in
This is the accusation.
for or
Already we
against
raised the
to
issue to election
election
commission.
reforms.
Sir,
Please.
I am requesting the electoral reforms when they are discussing that this kind of aspects is taken. The election, that is voters revision, everything is a process, regular process. I'm not coming SIR. Every year the election commission is conducting this is a part of thing. But the ruling party accusing 85 lakhs voters are going away means till now how they can say now why they are giving a misnomer to the public to see that they are going to lose the government election, coming election. For that, they are telling these 85 lakhs what are going away means then this is already the planned excusing their defeat they accepted.
Please confine,
ADMK is going to
confine
win.
yourself to the subject.
That is the thing what is going to happen. But the
Only that
DMK
can go on record.
unnecessarily giving wrong information to the public. You are accusing election commission. This election accusing election is in the we cannot do that in the things. This
have
that is
already
why I'm
told you.
telling.
I have told
That
you.
is why yesterday, sir, last time when I spoke, he said at that time what the member said, ADMK party is benefiting the home ministries and law ministry. He said, is the fact. Whether you're going to allow it in on the record, therefore I am denying that. Therefore, I am telling Tamil Nadu is a fair place where the election must take place. The ruling party DMK must not misuse the power and spoil the game. That is, they know they are going to lose the election. That is why
Yeah,
creating
please
this
speak on
problem.
the subject.
Therefore,
Please. Honorable H.D. Devagola. No. Sri Eram Venkat Subba Reddy. Yes. Mr. Reddy, he has a point of order. Honorable Trichy Shivaji. Rule.
I don't deny he has got the right to speak anything, sir. He quoted, he was reading out a newspaper and it was about a former member of parliament.
Rule.
He is not a member of this house.
Rule.
And
We'll
he
see.
cannot come and give
We'll
an
see.
explanation.
I have
So
already
anything
told-
mentioned about that, kindly,
I've already reminded him. Please, we'll take.
kindly go through that
Please,
and explain,
please
sir.
take. Yes. Honorable Sri Eram Venkat Subba Reddy.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. I thank you for this opportunity, sir. Sir, electoral reform does not mean that you bring some changes after Lok Sabha elections and conclude that you have done electoral reform, sir. And we have to bring reforms in the state level and also at national level, sir. And only such electoral reforms will protect, preserve democracy and the democratic process in the country, sir. Sir, we all know that electoral reforms is a continuous process. You have to learn the election commission has to learn from its discrepancies and mistakes, sir. Mistakes committed during assembly elections, sir. Be it in Andhra Pradesh or anywhere else, sir. Mistakes committed at the general elections or even mistakes committed during panchayat and local body elections also, sir. Sir, I am representing Andhra Pradesh state in this house. So whatever examples I give only relating to my state happened during 2024 general elections, sir. I am not casting any aspirations to anybody or any party, sir. But I'm only quoting the facts and suggesting that what is to be done by the Election Commission to maintain its integrity and transparency and address shortcomings, sir. So I will be brief and pointed in some of my submissions, sir. Sir, first I will come to Form 20, sir. It contains exactly poll vote dates, excluding postal ballot. Election Commission issued a press note on 25th May 2014, indicating the absolute number of voters participated in the first phase of 2024 general elections, sir, which also includes fourth phase elections held in Andhra Pradesh. This exact number of votes polled has been shared with polling agent through Form 17C. This press note is said to be absolute and final, sir. But there is huge discrepancy in the final votes counted and exactly polled votes declared by Election Commission of India through Form 20, sir. Discrepancy happened in 25 constituencies. That means all 25 parliamentary constituencies in Andhra Pradesh, sir. Sir, I suggest for consideration of the Election Commission through you, sir, to look into why this discrepancy has happened. Who is responsible for this and what action it has taken against the erring officials, sir. Sir, my second point is I wish to make it relating to Form 17A, sir. It deals with the voter register. Sir, simultaneous elections, Lok Sabha and Assembly were held in some states, including Andhra Pradesh is one of them, sir. We have common voter list. We have some polling stations and polling is simultaneous, sir. In such a scenario, register of votes in Form 17A, the accounts of the votes recorded in Form 17C and votes entered in EVM should be same for both Lok Sabha and Assembly elections, sir. And in any discrepancy has to be recorded in Form 17A under rule number 490, sir. So if there is any mismatch between Lok Sabha and Assembly votes, it raises procedural and legal concerns, sir. But such lapses observed in 2024 general elections in Andhra Pradesh, sir. This indicates that votes data was altered or manipulated or deviation in the electoral procedures, sir. There are many examples, many constituencies, Raptadu, Dharmavaram, Rayadurgam, Kadipatri, Alagadda, Kadapa, Pulivendala, etc. Like this, so many constituencies were a lot of discriminations were there, sir. So I appeal to the Election Commissioner to conduct an inquiry so as to why it has happened and ensure that such things do not occur in future, sir. Sir, I want the YSR Congress Party wants and the people of Andhra Pradesh want is that there should be fairness in conduct of elections, clarity in outcomes and transparency in public disclosure, sir. So I appeal to Honorable Prime Minister and government and through you, sir, the Election Commission should, these are my session, my party sessions, sir. Mandatory public release of CCTV footage from Form 17, Form 17C, 17A and 17C and presiding officers' diaries, sir. Number two, statutory enforcement of Supreme Court mandated EVMs verification, sir. The most important them all is to replace EVMs, sir, with paper ballot is all future elections, sir, because electoral system that can't be audited cannot command trust, sir. EVMs may be efficient, but can't be trusted, sir. Paper ballot may not be efficient, but can be trusted, sir. You need trust in democracy. Live streaming of 100% webcasting at all polling stations, sir. Sir, with these submissions, I conclude by just saying that we have the YSR Congress Party has brought this to the notice of Election Commission, not once, twice, sir, multiple times. YSR Congress Party has got 40% vote share in last general elections held in 2024, sir. And the mismatch that we have mentioned above is questioned by political analysts and experts, sir. Last minute, sir. We are only highlighting these things to bring reforms in the electoral process to make our elections free, fair, and transparent, Sir, Election Commission. As an independent body which is responsible for conducting elections in the country should uphold the principles on transparency and accountability, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. Mani Sanjay Yadav ji.
Thank you, Sabapati.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir, for giving me opportunity to speak on the discussion about electoral reforms. And for that, I would also like to thank the leader of my party, Lalu Prasad Yadav ji and Tejaswi Prasad Yadav ji. Sir, as all the leaders, they have already spoken here that India is the biggest democracy, and we all take pride in this statement. But as a matter of fact, what is the basic criteria of a thriving democracy? It is basically the electoral process, how fair and free that electoral process is that, and how empowered the institution is. I believe that it is more important to have the most honest democracy rather than having the biggest democracy. Today, even after the prestigious history of democracy, we are witnessing such incidents which are attacking at the very root of democracy. Therefore, it is pertinent that we need to look into the needs of reform, which are very much relevant today. So, starting from 1952 till today, there have been 13 SIRs, but there has not been an SIR like this, which was conducted in Bihar. Today, the Election Commission and the government both are losing credibility, and this is not a good sign for democracy. For democracy, people's faith is very much important. And if this faith starts eroding, the democracy itself comes into danger. Why I am saying so that the people have started losing faith? I would like to put forth some figures. Recently, we had election in 5 states: Jharkhand, Maharashtra, Haryana, Bihar, and Delhi. So we have seen an unprecedented rise of voting percentage. In Maharashtra, elections were held 5-6 months later, subsequent to the election, to the general elections, and in absolute terms, there was a rise of 12.3%. In Bihar also, SIR was conducted. Out of 7.89 crore voters, 65 lakh voters were deleted. And finally, the total number of voters was 7.45 crore. But if you look at the figures, ideally, the number of voters should have gone down after SIR. Earlier, there were only 77,000 booths, but after SIR, the number of booths went up to 90,000. So it means that apart from deleting the number of voters, the SIR was also meant to increase the number of booths. Later on, we had election in Bihar, and even after deletion of 65 lakh voters, Bihar registered an absolute abnormal increase in terms of voting by 15%. And this has been the sudden spike in Bihar. Similar was the case in Maharashtra, where we had witnessed 12% increase in voting percentage. So on the one hand, the voters are being deleted, and on the other hand, there is abnormal rise in voting percentage. And all this is going in favor of one particular party. And how this is happening, we all need to ponder about that. And in Bihar, we all know that how money was transferred to the accounts of voters only days before the actual polling. In Jharkhand also, the elections were held. There, the voting rose by 3.6%. In Delhi, it rose by 6.1%. In Jharkhand also, there were similar schemes but there the increase was only 3.1%. But in Bihar, it rose by 15.1%. In Delhi also, electricity was being provided, water was being provided free of cost, and everybody knows that. And I think the pattern should have been similar and uniform throughout the country. But we see that in Bihar, a particular party registers a strike rate of 89%, which is unprecedented in and in 35 days, the SIR was conducted 7.9 crore voters for 7.9 crore voters. And we all know that about 73% of Bihar's territory was under flood during those days. Honorable Sanjay ji, SIR is a sub judice issue, and you need to keep this in mind.
Since we are talking on election reforms, that's the reason I talked on it. Sir, in Bihar, 1,77,000 postal ballot were polled, and among that, we were leading on 143 seats, and the NDA was leading only 94 seats, and others were leading on only 6 seats. In the postal ballot, we were receiving 44.6% votes, but in the other procedures, I would like to come to that.
सही तरीके से हो
The electoral reforms should be in the right way, and both the sides should be satisfied. Also, this should not only be a formality. Today, the voters think that there is some kind of misappropriation being done to their votes, and there is some irregularity that is there through the back door. The democracy should be strong, not only just any party. The Elections Commission's duty is that all the kinds of doubts that are there should be done away with, and we are not able to get the right answer in the right time. Somebody has said that there can be no smoke without fire. We also need to have reforms in the Election Commission, because if umpire becomes a player of any team, then that is not play. Actually, it is a machination. Today, we have to think that post-independence, why is it happening that people are having disbelief in the democracy? When the commission does not want to answer directly, then the doubt comes up naturally, sir. In the institution, that should have the less questions raised on it, that only seeing the most number of questions raised on it, this is indeed very dangerous. The election should not be an extension counter for any party. This is not what I am saying, rather it is by the people. These questions are very natural. Kindly on election reforms. Sir, we are for the election reforms. We do not want selective intensive revision, rather we want transparent intensive revision. Sir, it seems as if it is not a SR, it is a SPR, special party revision. So, it is a matter that is sub judice. Kindly don't speak on that. Sir, through SIR, the errors should be rectified, and if you do not want to bring amendments in that, then this thinking should be changed altogether. This government is trying to remove the voters and then win. You only want to manage the votes. You don't want to win. We saw in the Bihar election, 41 were disbursed just 35 days before the election. Should the Election Commission not have intervened in that? You have standards for one state and different for the other. You should not do like that. If the referee goes towards the other player, then how can the game be a fair one? I myself had written a 4-page letter to the Election Commission, but no heed was paid to it. Why is people questioning? Why is there disbelief? I would like to talk about, I have actually talked about the 6 elections that were before this. We are only raising their doubts and voices before you, sir. The world's every machine gets audited, but why is there a problem with only the EVM? There is no technology in the world that is not vulnerable. We have only seen that on our defense ministry's website itself, there were hacking attempts and it was done twice. Then we had cyber attacks on our home affairs that is not impregnable. Rather, saying EVM that it is not, it cannot be invaded, it is wrong. If the voter says that they do not have trust on the EVM, then would you consider that as a crime? And if the voter says that he already has documents and you are deleting his name, then is that a crime? More than just saving the EVM, the more important thing is saving people's belief, and that is only possible with a fair election procedure. When we can see that, then why is it not on the ground? We should tally it 100%, sir. People are saying that there is no transparency with EVM, and democracy cannot be alive without transparency. If we will be quiet, then the machine would win, and if we will speak, then democracy will win. If there is any doubt, then we should come up, we should speak and speak fearlessly. When the electoral process is itself in doubt, then the voice of democracy cannot be heard properly. Sir, if the machine wins and our voter, that means people, get defeated, then it is indeed very dangerous for the humanity. Sir, humans have not made human. Voter is bigger than the machine, and because if the voters want to be there, then machine can't be there, democracy can't be there. We need election, not selection. There are many worlds, there are many countries in the world which have opted for the other form of election rather than just the EVM form. If the referee is not ready to answer the questions, that is wrong. Most of the countries in the world use the ballot for election. I'm just concluding, sir. In the election reform does not have any technical such, and it shows that is the reflection of the people. India's election needs a new generation of election, and which can strengthen the election commission and let the parties become more responsible and let the people's trust be there in the democracy. And election reform is the only procedure to make that better for the young generation. Honorable S.D. Devgowda ji.
Respected Deputy Chairman, sir, I would like to express my sincere thanks to you for having given me an opportunity to speak on the issue that is the allegation made by our recognized opposition about the voter list. Sir, I am a Congress worker, 1952, 1957. When Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru was the Prime Minister, 52, 57, 62, and 64, what happened? I don't want to repeat that. After the demise of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, the tallest leader, Lal Bahadur Shastri came to power. He was there for a short period. You know what happened? The Deshkant Agreement. Sir, after that, Madam Gandhi became the Prime Minister. During her period, I think more than 380 or more than 316, 3-4 elections, Madam Gandhi was able to score in the election. When once there is a decline, then she thought of bifurcating the parliament and the assembly separately to fight the election. Even that, I fought the election when separated. I have never raised any objection. I was in the opposition. Earlier Samstha Congress, then Janata Dal. I am the president of the Janata Dal when Janata Dal was formed during Morarji Desai. Sir, I never raised any objection. About the bifurcation of the parliament and the assembly separately, even then we bow our head and we fought the election. Sir, I was defeated once in the assembly. 7 times I won the assembly. 4 times I won parliament. And 3 times I was defeated by Congress. I never blamed the Congress has made me to defeat by manipulating the voter list. I never.
Please take your seat. Please. Surjewala ji, nothing is going on record. Let him speak.
I have not.
Please, Surjewala ji, please take your seat.
I have not made any.
Honorable sir, please speak.
Because
Please
I have
speak.
to fight only
Only
Congress.
that will go on record. Honorable H.D. Devgowda ji,
There
please
is-
speak.
There is no other party. In Karnataka, Samstha Congress, Indira Congress. Janata Party, Congress. Please, if you know the history, 1952, then you would not have raised any objection. Please pardon me. I have not come to the language you have used, vote chori. I have not come. Manipulation of the voter list. That's all I have said. Sir, in 1991, I came to Lok Sabha. The lone member from Janata Dal. In 1994, I went back to Karnataka. and I became the chief minister. I have not completed 2 years. I don't know what the sin I have. I am a believer in that. Congress lost the election. And Congress Working Committee, if my memory is correct, 12th May 1996, they have passed a resolution. We are going to support a non-BJP government if secular parties are going to come together. Then the 13-party coalition, the left parties in those days was very strong. And DMK moved our Congress was totally got 40 seats. TDP has got 40 seats. Biju Janata Dal and our part, I got 16 seats as chief minister. And the Congress extended their support through a resolution to support the non-Congress government, non-BJP government. We all sat together and we took a decision to make Jyoti Babu as the Prime Minister. 2 days, the discussion went on. Ultimately, their party, there was difference of opinion, and Jyoti Babu declared my name as the Prime Minister. I was in tears. People have given the mandate in Karnataka to rule Karnataka. I have not got the mandate to rule this great nation. But the circumstance was forced. 13-party coalition. I was forced to head the 13-party coalition as Prime Minister. I took oath on 1st June 1996. I was there for hardly 10 months, 20 days. Why I am narrating all these things? The manipulation of the votes, voter list.
Please, Sakti Singh Goel ji, seat पर बैठ कर ना बोलें.
Kindly don't speak while sitting.
I have never rise.
Please, sir, conclude. Your time is.
Sir,
please.
Please. There is a letter written by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. The letter is about inclusion of 18,000 votes in Kerala when Namrudipad was the chief minister. The letter is here. He asked Govinda Vallabha Pant, then Home Minister, to verify the letter is here.
Please, sir.
Sir,
Please conclude.
Please.
Randeep Surjewala ji, please.
I request
Please.
our honorable colleagues.
Sir, please
I may be aged.
conclude. Your time is over.
I may be aged. My My memory is alert.
Sir, please conclude.
I will never irresponsibly. I will
Please,
speak.
please conclude.
Sir,
Conclude.
this is a letter written to Govinda Vallabh Pant. 18,000 votes during Namrudipa's period in Kerala as included. See that it is verified.
Sir, your time is over. Please conclude.
Why I am telling this? During Nehru's period also, there are certain lapses in the electoral system. That is what I am telling.
Please,
No,
please.
this is
Please.
not today. Please.
Please take your seat. Let him speak.
Please, sir.
Ah.
Please.
Please conclude, sir.
He
Please,
is also
conclude,
written
sir.
a letter.
Please.
Please.
Randeep Singh Surjewala, you have no permission to speak. Please,
what
it's
is
not
that
going on
to?
record. Please conclude,
Sir.
sir. Please conclude.
They are little bit worried. What I am narrating.
Sir, your time is over. Please conclude.
Sir, I have requested the leader of the house and the parliamentary affairs minister in presence of the vice president and the chairman of this country to give more time, to spare some time from their part.
Whether the party has given time to Honorable
That
H.D.
is what I
Devgowda
have
ji?
requested.
Sir,
And
former
I
Prime
hope
Minister
and
is
trust
speaking. We will
they
give
will
some time
cooperate with
in
me.
our party.
Please.
Sir, now let me come to the point. Bihar election, how much they fought about the electoral mistakes that has been committed by the election commission. And ultimately, the election commission reviewed nearly 62,000 votes were deleted and about 12,000 votes added. Having done 65 lakhs, 60
Surjewala
yes,
ji,
sir.
क्यों आप
I will-
Surjewala
I
साहब,
will-
please आप
I
बैठे,
will-
आपको
I will-
मौका आएगा, आप बोलिएगा. Please, nothing is going on
I
record.
will
आपको
correct,
मौका मिलेगा.
sir.
आपको बोलना है,
I
आप
will
बोलिएगा.
correct.
ये आपका जॉब नहीं है. Please.
Sir.
This is not your job. You will get opportunity and then you can speak.
After what happened afterwards? Even after so much of review, saturate the voter list, what is the end result? Think yourself. You got 6 MP, 6 MLAs. That is the position. Sir, in 2014, Narendra Modi ji came to first to national politics. 12 years, he was in Gujarat. He was ruling the state as chief minister. When he comes to Delhi, in the first election, he got
बैठकर टिप्पणी ना करें. आप बड़े
286.
senior member हैं.
Please don't speak while sitting. You are a very senior member.
Was there any manipulation? Nobody has raised any. I am in this house. In 2019,
Please, आप
please hear me,
please,
brother.
Shakti Singh ji, आप बैठे.
Please
Please.
hear me, brother.
Shakti Singh ji, please take your seat.
Please.
Have patience.
Please.
In 2014, I came to Parliament. 2022, I came to Parliament. Lok Sabha. 2020. I
You
was
address to the
defeated.
chair. Honorable
Mr.
Deogala ji, you address to the chair.
My
No,
friend
आपस में बात नहीं,
Jairam
please address to the
Ramesh ji,
chair.
Please, no cross talking.
I won the election Lok Sabha. 2020 I was defeated. 2022 I came to Lok Sabha. 2014 I came to Lok Sabha. Please hear me, sir. 2019 I came to this house. 2026 I came to this house. Sir, with this vast experience, no, why they are becoming so angry?
Please conclude, sir. Please conclude.
Why they want to make allegation against the Prime Minister on the issue of the voter list? The Election Commission is there, Supreme Court is there. The Election Commission has given direction to all the state units to rectify all these things. I have got sufficient documents. Sir, Modi ji, with his personality, when he won 286 seats, he could have formed the government. But he thought over to get back those allies, those political parties who supported Vajpayee, and he took them. Though he has got the majority. In 2010, 14, 2010, again the elections were held under the leadership of Modi Sahab. He got 306 seats. He could have formed the government on its own. He took all the coalition so that to give an opportunity to all those friends who supported Vajpayee, continued the coalition and gave a stable government, a strong government to implement so many programs. Sir, in 2024, he got 248 or 250 seats. Again, all those people who were earlier, they've all come together. Yes. But the last leg of my life, about 2 years back, I gave my support. There is nothing to hide. Why? Why the Congress people who try to destroy Devagowda or the Janata Dal,
Nothing is going on record.
All the
सिर्फ माननीय श्री देवगौड़ा जी का भाषण जा रहा है. Please.
who has been in public life from last 7 decades, they want to destroy. My only Janata Dal is a regional party. Sir, I have never raised when I have been defeated by the so-called Congress leaders.
Sir,
I have never raised.
Sir,
any vote
बीजेपी की
chori.
तरफ से
Sir,
समय आपको मिला है
please.
पर कौन
Sir, you have got a time when BJP allotted you.
Agreed in presence of the Vice President and the Chairman. Please, don't disturb me. Give me some more time. Sir, today in this country, if these friends wants to make a mockery about the Prime Minister in the streets and the public platform. They are making Prime Minister office to denigrate. Sir, we have never done it. In last 70 years in my public life, we have never done it. We have never used such a word, even when Indira Gandhi got 400 seats, when Rajiv Gandhi got 400 seats, when Indira Gandhi got 380 seats. I have defeated. Never. I have never. Please, the system, what has been now so strong, our constitutional forefathers, Dr. Ambedkar, under his chairman, has given a strong foundation for a democratic system. This cannot be eroded by anybody. They were talking in the public, RSS, Janata Party, Janata Dal, Bharatiya Janata Party, combined, they are going to destroy the democratic system and the democracy is in danger. This type of slogan, who bothers?
Sir,
If
please
the people
conclude.
have been, have got
Sir, please
any
conclude.
responsibility.
Please
they could
conclude
have
now.
Turned hostile
Please.
against Narendra
Please
Modi's
conclude, sir.
government.
Please conclude.
People have never turned hostile.
Please conclude, sir.
It shows they have full confidence in Narendra Modi's government. Sir, I have given my full support to Narendra Modi's leadership. The country needs, this is a very big country, a large country. Congress may be in 3 states. Remember, my friends, please, by using the word vote chori, you are going to suffer in the coming days. You are not going to win the battle. I'm telling you, I know what is the country politics. I can speak, sir,
Please.
hours together. You are ringing the bell. There are so many
Sir,
things.
there are number of
I can
speakers.
quote. My friend, DMK friend is here, who has supported me when I was the Prime Minister. What the stand they have taken, I know that, because to maintain their political strength in as DMK in Tamil Nadu, they are fighting. I know. I am not blaming, but only thing is blaming Narendra Modi's leadership and creating a suspicion in the mind of the voters in this country, which is a large country, that it is what is called vote chori, vote chori, vote chori. What has happened to their mind?
Thank you, sir.
Let them
Thank you.
rectify their
Thank you.
willful, or a mind which has been corroborated. Don't do that. It is not going to help. Modi's government will
Please conclude,
continue
sir.
and fight the battle under his leadership. 2028 will come back to power. This is
Thank you.
as an young, oldest
Thank you.
person and Rajya Sabha. I'm speaking, I could have speak more. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru letter is also here.
Thank
If
you.
want, I can place it on the table of the office.
Yes, please, place on.
What he has written to
Thank you.
Namrudi Pal and
Thank you.
West Bengal Chief Minister, Mr. Rai.
Thank you.
The letter is here. If anybody wants, I can place it on the table.
Yes,
of
please
the
place
office.
on the record.
With these words,
Thank you.
sir, even though I want to speak little more, you rang
Sir,
the
it's
bell.
already not mine.
I
The
am
time which
grateful
has
to
been
you.
given to you.
At least
I'll-
you have given that much of time.
Thank you.
very
More
much.
than that. Honorable K.R. Suresh Reddy ji.
Thank you, Vice Chairman, sir. Deputy Chairman, sir, my apologies. After the Vande Mataram debate, the House taking up the debate on electoral reforms is most welcome, sir, as it is reassuring to speak about the health of a democracy, a legacy that was handed to us not easily, but the one that was forged in the fire of sacrifice by our freedom fighters. It is the solemn promise of our Constitution that every citizen remains the true master of this republic. Talking about electoral reforms and the power of the ballot, I would take this honor to present before this House our own experiences from Telangana. The power of the ballot was clearly demonstrated to the nation by our leader, KCRG, when the struggle for Telangana began, sir. Our struggle for Telangana for the last 14 years, where an unprecedented kind of has happened. The women, the farmers, students, employees, every person in the society of Telangana fought for it. But the only important thing which could awaken the government of India, which could bring a sense of responsibility, power of ballot. And to quote the power of the ballot, sir, my leader KCR, to demonstrate that the will of the people is so clearly visible, he resigned twice as a member of parliament. He resigned twice from different regions of Telangana, so that the country gets a sense that it is not one particular region or one particular area. He resigned when he was not in power. Our party was not ruling in Telangana, neither in center. But the courage of KCRG, the trust he had in the belief of the ballot was so visibly demonstrated, sir. It is not only he, seeing his resignation, the people of Telangana compelled other political parties to resign, as that would demonstrate the kind of will which is prevailing there of the people. So this being the power of the voter, my leader and my party, we are very keen that every eligible voter of this country, every citizen, every eligible citizen of this country should be enrolled as a voter, sir. So speaking on this, of course, a debate has been continuing. We support that electoral reforms are definitely a backbone for a healthy democracy. But to ensure this, the voter list, which should be accurate, inclusive, and transparent. Large and diverse nation like us, Deputy Chairman, sir, need clean electoral rolls. That we totally agree. Having said that, we have to ensure that the registration, updating to facilitate voting access for migrants, disabled, senior citizens, urban poor, and people with limited documentation should be entitled for their voting rights, sir. Strict re-verification should not become a mechanism for no eligible voter loses their right to vote simply because accessing paperwork is difficult. Today, the government's initiatives are every state government and government of India, the ease of doing business, the ease of communicating. We have seen people through Me Sevas in Telangana getting their certificates all electronically. In an age like this, why is it a challenge for a person whose name has been removed from the electoral roll to get back into the electoral roll when he is an entitled citizen of this country? That should be the concern, and that should be the mechanism to be adopted, sir. So while the concern definitely is on the voters' exclusion, but then we should also be equally concerned about the percentage of voting. When we look at the voting pattern across the nation, we have noticed that it is only the rural people who tend to vote more than the urban. We notice that it is the poor people at the bottom of the pyramid who tend to vote more than the other middle class and the rich people. So what are the reasons, sir? I mean, we we have seen that the people at the bottom of the pyramid, the poorest of the poor, for him, vote means his existence. His existence because he relies totally on the government. Hence, he goes there to vote. Whereas the taxpayer, the middle class, the other people, even though they are contributing to the country, it is their taxes. Out of every rupee he earns, 30 paisa, 40 paisa is going through taxes. So he also should be equally involved in the voting process. There should be an introspection amongst them. Of course, Election Commission of India has initiated various campaigns. We had Amitabh Bachchan, the superstar who has been campaigning, Shri Amitabh Bachchan ji has campaigned that the essence of voting, the need of voting. In spite of all this, Deputy Chairman, sir, we still feel that the voting percentage is still not rising to local bodies. I was reading about a model in Gujarat when I believe Modi ji was the chief minister, where in municipal areas they tried to make voting compulsory. Voting compulsory may definitely not, in my opinion, not really come, we have not come to that level or that maturity enough. But having said that, there should be ways and means where voter should be entitled, not only entitled, but also he should be made sure that he comes and votes. This should be probably one of the main things to be taken up by the Election Commission, sir. But after voting, a voter doesn't mean just he votes and his job ends. We have to respect the voter. And what is happening in voting today, sir, once the election ends, then the drama begins. The biggest challenge what Indian democracy has been facing, in spite of two major constitutional amendments, has been the anti-defection. Anti-defection is the name of the game today, especially in smaller states, especially when the legislatures are small in number. This is where we have always been talking about the reforms in anti-defection, sir. I mean, I'm not trying to say this side or that side. Every one of us are equally responsible for the flourishing of anti-defection. So to ensure that the anti-defection is become watertight, I would suggest probably a committee from the parliament side which would constantly look into the defection, how defection is evolving, and ways and means of cutting that. We're always talking about the judicial interference in parliament, but the Supreme Court was compelled to interfere. When they said 3 months, within 3 months, you do the anti-defection decision, so that is becoming compelling now. And of course, why allow the court, which is already overburdened, to come into a jurisdiction which is purely the parliamentary domain? Why not have a committee and continue to take this up, sir? Because anti-defection, the manifestos, what we give and do not deliver, this, in my opinion, is the real vote chori, sir. And we have seen way back, you must have noticed also, sir, that when Somnath Chatterjee was the honorable speaker, he had conveyed a session of all the speakers of the country on the right to recall. He felt that probably a right to recall could be one of the mechanisms where we can understand and see that whenever there is a defection, whenever the election manifestos, you're promising the sky but delivering nothing. So that is literally, kind of cheating the voter, in my opinion. These factors probably could come up in this, sir. Then, Deputy Chairman, sir, there has been a debate on EVM or ballot paper. Well, I've gone through ballot paper, I've gone through EVM. My experiences are not majorly different. I've seen in ballot paper time, one big leader saying, "Ki bhai 5 ghante danga pas."
You can have riot in 5 hours and you can be in power for 5 years.
All that. From that, when the Election Commission tightened that booth capturing, then we have also seen how the political parties evolved as what we call it, the cycling of votes. Ki bhai ek aadmi jaake
One person brings out the vote and the same person keeps on giving the vote.
So these are the kind of issues which came up. So when we transferred into EVMs, what is the fate of EVMs? Of course, like the saying goes, our stand depends on where we sit. But even in the EVMs, there have been certain doubts which are coming out, sir. I have seen in areas, since the EVM is there, There are certain areas where where you know that people will not vote for you, and those areas people are being stopped from not voting. So you see the percentage dropping in those areas. It is the ECI which should look into areas where if people are not forced to not to vote. So these concerns definitely are something which we would be looking in the coming days, sir. And finally, let me conclude on our party's view on one nation, one election. We know that regional parties tend to lose on one nation, one election. But my leader, KCRG, was very categorical. He said he saluted the voter and he says definitely the voter has a sense to differentiate the regional election to the national election. So we support the one nation, one election theory purely because we feel too much of politics, especially at the grassroots, will definitely not augur well for democracy. Once an election is done, let it continue for 5 years. Whoever wins, whoever loses, let the country be governed. Let not further expenses be put upon the people of India. So with these words, sir, I thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Shri K.R. Suresh Reddy ji. Dr. John Britas ji, will you speak in Malayalam? It is good.
Malayalam also, sir.
Malayalam also.
Okay. Sir, please be considerate 25% as to Devagowda ji.
Sir, please
Sir,
confine
the
to
most-
time.
Sir, the most
Just for
pertinent-
information, we have
Sir, please
almost 75 speakers, sir. Please.
We'll
Please.
till midnight.
Please, please. Please. Please.
Sir, my time.
Please.
So the most pertinent question, whether the government of India is for governance or is it a grand election machinery? That is a doubt in the mind of the people and the political parties. And I would suggest that SIR should be renamed as AIR. Amit Shah Intensive Revision. That should be the best way, sir. Sir, I will quote the former Chief Election
आप
Commissioner.
जानते हैं नाम लेना
You know, names cannot be taken. You, member who is not there in the house, you cannot take his name.
Former Chief Election Commissioner said that 4 M's, madam, please. 4 M's rule the roost. Money power, muscle power, misinformation, MCC violation. It was said by none other than the former Chief Election Commissioner. Sir, let me just come to a point which may not be very palatable to my friends in Congress. There was a ruling by the Delhi High Court which said that BJP should be convicted, punished for the violation of FCRA. That was in 2014. Both the parties were liable to be punished. The president of BJP should have been behind the bars. Collusion between Congress and BJP. They amended FCRA. Sir, the retrospective effect was 40 years from 1976. Can you believe? Sir, now I would say that in all earnestness, you amend FCRA again because rupee has gone bust. You get the money in dollar. Otherwise, you cannot run the machinery. Sir, the corporate collusion, that is something which I want to say. That my party has been firmly against electoral bonds. We said that this is polluting the election scene. Sir, I will tell you, electoral bond, it's the darkest unholy chapter in the history of Indian democracy. From threats to inducements, from rewards to retaliation, and overall it was quid pro quo, sir. Sir, I will tell you an instance. Mega engineering. They gave 584 crores to BJP and they got orders worth 15,000 crore. Sir, Hetero Pharma, Yashoda, they were raided by ED and CBI. They turned out to be corporate crony donors of BJP. I will tell you, sir, amongst 30 companies which donated to BJP, 10 have been raided by ED and CBI. And sir, you will know that even the political adversary was not spared. The DLF, Robert Vadera, shelled out 170 crores to BJP. Is it not a shame and a sham, sir? You will understand. Now, airline debacle happened, predatory pricing, windfall gains by Tata Airlines, that is Air India. I know they cannot take any action against them. You know why? Sir, 29th February, two semiconductor
Please
units of
speak on
Tata's were.
election reforms.
Sir,
Please.
sir, this
That
is
will only
absolute.
go on the record.
Sir,
Only
my
that will
time
go
is
on the
going,
record.
Sir, please understand. 758 crores were given by Tata's to
Please
BJP.
speak
And
on
I don't
election
expect
reforms. That
any
will
action.
go only on record.
Sir, please. My
Please.
time is going. Please pause it, sir.
Please.
Sir,
Election reforms.
now I will tell you, in Northeast, the big money, how it is playing havoc in politics. That's what I'm saying. Northeast, 55% of the donations were received against the government tender. I'm telling you, sir. And this is
on election
a
reforms.
country. This is a country where the
Manya John Britas,
finance
election
minister of this,
commission,
sir,
election
the
reforms के
finance
पक्ष और
minister of this
विपक्ष बोला,
country
वही record पे जाएगा।
had to resign because of
माननीय
scam
chairman ने
for
already
Honorable Chairman had said this when the discussion began, that you have to speak on the subject.
are important. I will tell you, when we talk in terms of election commission, other institutions
It's
like
election reforms.
media also is
Please,
important.
election reforms.
Sir, why are
Only
you not
confirm.
allowing, sir?
I am allowing.
Sir, I
Allowing
will
the
tell
subject
you,
as
sir.
per rules. As per rules.
Sir,
Please.
sir, I will tell you.
Please go as per
When I
rules.
talk in terms of institutions, not only election commission, even the media. If we had media, I can bet you the number of their seats would have been below 200 if there was semblance of independence, sir. Sir, there was a question why Chief Justice was not included in the appointment committee. And the government said that normally Chief Justice is not in the committee. Sir, is it not a fact that Supreme Court said? Is it not a fact that L.K. Advani ji wrote a letter to Manmohan Singh ji, include Chief Justice? Is it not a fact that for a less significant post of CBI director, there is Chief Justice in that appointment committee? Is it not a fact that, sir? So my point is very simple, sir. My party says that there should be proportional representation at least to a person, sir, to clean out. Basically, it can be on the list. Many countries, including Germany, have that procedure of proportional representation. We should try that, sir. Sir, I have another point to say that. See, when I talk in terms of media, let us say that free and fair election is a must for a meaningful democracy. And if you want to have a free and fair election, you must have an independent election commission, sir. That's why we have been always telling that we need to have an independent election commission, and that is absolutely required, sir. Sir, now let me just come to a certain thing, sir.
In Kerala, Congress and Jamaat Islami jointly made help to the RSS people, and the CPM has recent setback in the election, but their joint efforts and collusion between these people have made the results. And whenever this type of coalition were there, the country was having setbacks during the Babri Masjid demolition also. I have witnessed that incident, and the destruction happened into the country has been helped by these people also, sir.
Important thing is that we need to have ideological clarity also. And even after elections, the mandate needs to be respected. When horse trading happens, when massive defection happens, when resorts become sanctum sanctorum, the purity of the elections are in question, sir. So how to deal with that? My friend was talking about anti-defection law. At that time, we had this anti-defection law which prevented retail defection. Now wholesale defection is happening, sir. That's why when I am talking in terms of that, Jammu Kashmir,
sir, in Jammu Kashmir, Mr. Mohammad Yusuf Tirami was defeated. For that also, this collusion were observed, and this type of chapter they are trying to add to the history. This collusion is extending to the Kerala also, and we are trying to protect the integrity and the strength of the country up to the last breath. and we don't want anybody's help for that. We are pledged to do that.
Term to a BJP member to make him a minister here. Don't you think the mandate is in question? Tirumandura Corporation.
In Trivandrum Corporation, sir, the Prime Minister and the BJP workers are applauding their victory, but the BJP have got less votes compared to last year election, but they are projecting that BJP had victory, and this type of misguidance should be recognized by the people, and we also have that type of thinking. But you should think that this type of double stand is helping the people, communal forces to grow in India. You are supporting this type of double stand. Why Kerala people are very strongly formed? Because LDF government is ruling Kerala, and the democracy is protected by the LDF government in Kerala, and we are protecting that fort in Kerala. So
that is absolutely required to see that end to end the system has to be cleaned up. We need to have a free and fair election. For that, we need to have a neutral umpire. If the umpire is perceived to be, sir, I'm coming, perceived to be seen siding one party, the faith of the people will be lost. And also that the big money need to be curtailed. The extent of money that is spent in elections, that is alarming. My friend from Telangana will say that. It would be 200 times that of Kerala, the election expenditure. And this is spreading like a virus. What we have to do? That's why, sir, our party has been earnestly saying that we need to have state funding for elections. We need to have proportional representation, at least for a percentage of seats, like that is being done in countries like Germany. That will happen in list
Thank
system.
you, Dr.
So
John Britas.
my submission to you is
Conclude.
that let us have wholesome reforms. Let us not talk in terms of one election commissioner or chief election commissioner. Let us see what ails our electoral arena. Let us see the sanctity of the elections. The
Thank you.
mandate are respected, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. माननीय सदस्यगण,
Honorable members, I would like to inform you that there are 75 speakers.
माननीय श्री
Honorable Shri Sanjay Kumar Jha ji. Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, I would like to thank you for having given me an opportunity to speak on this very important subject. The idea of election reforms or the attempt to carry out election reforms cannot be complete unless we have a pure electoral roll. Sir, ever since the time when the elections began and the state I come from, the reported booth capturing, which is in record, the first booth capturing started in Bihar. It is there in records. I was looking at the records in Congress rule in 1957 in Begusarai. Sarju Prasad Singh was a Congress candidate, and in his favor, in his support, booth capturing was done. There is a book. The author is 1960 to 1992, the records of booth capturing have been given in this book. And the money that was spent in elections, money was separately kept for hiring Gunda elements to buy bullets and armaments to capture booths. And booth capturing was done in a professional manner. 95% of the booths were captured, and candidates kept on winning, and parties kept on forming the government, and the people who talk of Dalits and very backward classes, those people were not able to reach the booths. That is the reality of Bihar. You know, the reality of every election. Every election has had its story. To before 2005, there was not even a single election when many people were not killed. There was a situation when even lights were switched off and ballots were taken out. So there were so many such incidents that took place. Booth capturing, as I said earlier, was done in a professional manner, and there were people who were known to move from one district to other district to capture booths. So that was the situation that was prevailing in 2015 when we saw KG Rao was sent to Bihar. He was a household name. For the first time, Bihar saw a fair election in 2005, and people cast their votes through EVMs. Otherwise, elections came to an end at 10 o'clock. Booths were captured, and that was the end of it. And for the first time, people saw that when we started having elections through EVMs, people stood in queues.
And in 2005, people started queuing up outside the booths. I was saying about vote chori, vote theft. Yesterday also, I'd like to refer to 2005 election. Vote theft, we understand the whole mandate was stolen. The whole 2005 election, February election, 2 elections were held at that time in Bihar. 2005 February elections, in particular, Hung Assembly was there, and Nitish Kumarji was the leader, and some people provided support, and support was given for government formation. At that time, the government was there. Honorable Manmohan Ji was the Prime Minister, UPA government was there in power. And at 12 a.m. cabinet meeting was done. And then President was in Moscow at that time. At night, fax was got and President's rule was imposed in Bihar. No MLA had taken even oath. Supreme Court, we went, nobody talks about it. We went there. And Supreme Court judgment is there. What kind of a fraud was played upon? The people to save the government and vote chori marches are being held in Bihar, and they are doing it now also. But whole Bihar elections, the whole number of MLAs, they are not ex-MLAs, they are unprecedented MLAs because they could not take oath. They won elections, but Congress did such a thing that they could not take oath, and President rule was imposed instead. And Supreme Court whole judgment came. Kalam Sahab, in his autobiography, he has written after resignation, thought occurred to him, he had made up his mind after all that. Now I come to SIR. I want to discuss a few things because SIR has been done in Bihar only, sir. And elsewhere the process is on currently. In SIR 2003, process was conducted. In 2003, the same SIR was conducted when so much technology use was not there. In 30 days, SIR was conducted in Bihar. And in that SIR, and now we had the same going on. I'll allow you, honorable, point of order. Yeah, please tell rule number.
240. Sir, limited submission here is that when my party colleague spoke about SIR, she was interrupted. He speak about SIR. Everyone should be allowed to do that, sir. That is the limited point, sir. Thank you.
Please, Mani Singh.
Sir, I was recapitulating what happened there. The process was on and all political parties were involved. They were called, we were called. BLA was also called. And in the whole process, not even a single complaint from the opposition at that time, not even one complaint we did not see. We had our meeting in the party and block presidents, we asked any complaint, any vote deletion, please tell, we'd go to Election Commission and talk. Not a single complaint, sir. The whole process was transparent. It was advertised everywhere. People were called also. and in 30 days, the process was completed. I saw that the whole march was taken out. The opposition Congress leaders did it wherever they went, and Congress in that district got decimated. Not a single seat they got from the districts they had marches in. And later, sir, in 2025, elections conducted in Bihar. And during election in Bihar and such like state, which was known for violence, Bihar in two-phase elections were conducted. Not a single incident of violence was reported. No repolling anywhere. Not a single case of repolling also. Because the election was being conducted in Bihar, so the whole media was there from across the country, roaming around. Not even a single voter could be found who could say, otherwise social media era, all media was present there. Not even a single voter said that he went to the booth and no name was there. Such a big untruth they were spreading. The whole proceedings you disrupted last time in this August House itself. Shahabuddin Sahab's question about Bihar, Bengal, SIR, electoral rules, about its correction amendment. Law Minister Jagannath Kausal, 1983, sir, I'm referring to, Sayyid Shahabuddin, not this one. Kishanganj, he was from. About him, sir. And Election Commission has the right to say, he said. He was Congress, and Congress ministers were there, he was referring. The whole election, sir. Not even a single complaint in anywhere in media. Such a big scale election, highest voter turnout was there this time around, and anybody would have said voter list name not included anywhere in media, in social media, nowhere there. Such an untruth spread, vote chori, mandate was stolen. I told you, just told you. One more suggestion. We have just had one election, sir. Obviously, we should promise. Every party takes out manifesto. The Mahagathbandhan was fighting in the Gathbandhan, the alliance there. They made a promise in the elections. Everything they did. But the public sees the credibility of the leaders. And who is trustworthy, they see. They made the announcement that every family will get at least one person employed in government. All economists would be failing. 2 crore 20 lakh families are there in Bihar. And 20 lakh people are in job, and 2 crore people would be given government jobs. 40,000 rupees, if we give at salary, 10 lakh crore rupees we would be spending. Bihar budget is 3.25 lakh crore rupees. Such tall promises were made, and then they went to the public. Every party should think and consider, ponder over it. So many things were said just a while back also. Nobody should make a promise to the public before elections, though public does not recognize it. But from Bihar experience, I can say that whatever happened to 65 lakh deleted voters 2003 to 2025-22 deaths years, 25% were deceased, and bogus voting was being done in their name, and others were migrants. They had names at 2 places. That has been cleaned. So SIR or electoral process reforms are happening. Our party particularly is the biggest supporter of EVM. EVM should never be done away with. We have seen in Bihar. So I thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity on this subject. Thank you.
Gopal Yadav ji.
धन्यवाद श्रीमान.
Thank you, sir. I will talk about electoral reforms only. Some suggestions I will put forth, and I would expect that government in future will bring about some changes for the better in People's Representation Act, so that people in their minds do not have any confusion in their minds about elections. First suggestion is to this effect, sir. that after composition of election commission amendment was brought, Chief Justice was replaced by a minister. Your intention, good or bad, or very good, but there was this message put across to the public that this is an effort to an attempt to do away with the impartiality of the election commission. So my request is that whatever was the system prevailing earlier about appointment of election commissioners, that should be there. Prime Minister, LOP, Lok Sabha and Chief Justice of India were there. That should be restored. That is one, sir. And secondly, the officers and officials who take part in the electoral process after they are deployed, their deployment should not be on the basis of religion, caste, or any other such consideration or any other such thing. It should be transparent and it should be fairly done. I'm telling you, sir, in Uttar Pradesh also, by-elections were conducted. Election Commission was apprised. This is the list of BLOs. Then pressure was there. And from that list of BLOs, those who were Yadavs and Muslims, they were one by one removed. It's a fact. It happened. The Election Commission was given the list. Please, Dr. Saab, speak on election reforms. By mistake, one Muslim was left. Teachers were there and 70% Muslims, they were there. Earlier, there were 30% or something, but they were deleted. Their names were deleted. If there is no impartiality in the machinery, elections cannot be impartial, free and fair. Does it happen that if Mulayam Singh Yadav or Akhilesh Ji are the chief minister, then the SP, additional SP, DM in the district, if Yadav, he is there, he would be transferred? Election reforms, electoral reforms only, please speak on. I'm doing that, sir. I'm talking of electoral reforms only. I'm not talking of SIR, sir. Election Commission has to be impartial. There should be somebody, sir. Appointment should be done. And BLO lists should be there, and computerized random system can be deployed to select them. Not that you leave some and you put some. People's Representation Act has some provisions. Voters have to be brought to the booth or to bribe. If these are proved, then elections are cancelled. Haven't we seen how people were entrained and they were coming in railway coaches? They were happy. And while going back, how they were abusive against these people. Everybody saw that. If TN Session and such like Chief Election Commissioner would have been there, then just before elections in Bihar, the money that was given, either the elections would have been deferred or the election of Bihar would have been cancelled. It was a corrupt practice. It was bribing. And such a process should not be adopted. The way you have done this, if you are there in power with these means for 100 years, what would be your image in the eyes of the public? There was one arrangement earlier, sir. When voting was done, on that day, ballot paper related conveyance and transport system, Session Sahab done it, that political party people would be given the list from this booth to that booth. Ballot boxes would be transported by this vehicle, number so and so, and political party people by mobiles could go there to the strong room. And when EVMs or ballot papers would be, or ballot boxes would be kept, then all the agents would be present, candidates would be present, and strong room would be shown to them, and then they were kept under seal, and they used to be sealed thereafter. Now that kind of a process is no more there. That should have been there, that should be restored. And the empty boxes or empty EVMs now should not be kept in the premises where strong room is there. These are instructions of the Election Commission also. Despite these elections, things are happening and clashes break out. In Varanasi, it happened. Many places it happened. They were empty EVMs, but people get doubts where they are going, where from they are coming. Clear directions are there. They should be complied with. In the premises where strong rooms are there, we should not have empty EVMs kept there. That should be strictly adhered to. There should be one more legislation. It's for everyone. In some states you win, in some others you lose. The officers who are posted in districts before elections, some days in advance, on large scale, they are replaced by some other officers and officials. And this right is vested with the government there. The system, my suggestion is, the system should be in place that 4 months in advance before elections, the officers who have been posted there for elections, Election Commission should manage about them, and new postings should be done by Election Commission itself in those districts. The process that is currently on, I did not want to talk about it, but still, sometimes some people are there. They make self-goals. Like in Uttar Pradesh, SIR is on. Honorable Chief Minister said that detention camps would be set up for people. Those who were lethargic, they also got their forms submitted. Now they thought that opposition votes are in place, our votes are not in place. So look at this. In this process, the ministers, chief ministers do not have any role. Election Commission, BLO and political parties, they are in the picture. And after that, ministers are sent. Everybody knows that officers are said how this happened, do this. So system is going to be like this, that category C vote maybe put in category 1, no documents required. So the transparent system, for that some or the other system you'll have to put in place, otherwise allegations will be hurled at you again and again and always. And in the end, I'd like to say one thing. About 60% people in this country are not in your favor. You have government, of course. They are against EVM, all of them. So, mandate you have to keep in view. People are demanding things. They are quoting examples from the world, and it is a fact also. WhatsApp and call messages you have, you can say in 1 hour it is deleted. This is the system now. 1 month it remains and then deleted. Auto deletion is there. So 50 votes, and after that whatever vote is done, then it will go to Lotus only. Is it not possible? It is possible. And that is why EVM and such like machines are not being used anywhere. Backward countries, 1 or 2, they are being used in, and in India they are being used. When the public is against it, you represent the public. Government has to respect the people. And once again, let's go back from EVM to ballot paper. Thank you.
Honorable Shri Praful Patel ji, not present. Honorable Shri Gurvinder Singh Oberoi ji, congratulations, maiden speech.
Honorable Chairman, sir, respected members, I rise today with humility and gratitude to my party leadership, Dr. Farooq Abdullah Saab, Honorable Chief Minister Umar Abdullah Saab, my party colleagues, and the people of Jammu and Kashmir who I represent in this house. Sir, I am the first Kashmiri Sikh to have come to the Rajya Sabha, which speaks volumes on the secularism of my party leadership, and the people of Jammu and Kashmir. In Jammu and Kashmir, sir, our faiths may be different, our religions may be different, but it's humanity and brotherhood which binds us together. Sir, I express my strong reservations on the so-called SIR electoral reforms. Sir, I say so-called because what is being presented as reforms, Honorable Chairman, sir, is actually restructuring democracy to suit the people in power. So the government tells us that these reforms are necessary to clean the electoral system, but the reality is different. No national debate, no expert commission, draft prepared in secrecy, brought here for a hurried approval. This is not how electoral reforms are done. This is how political engineering is done. If this SIR electoral process reforms becomes law, the implications will be dangerous and far-reaching. The Election Commission risks being weakened, centralized, and placed under indirect executive influence. Provisions of funding, technology, and campaign regulations will hit small and regional parties like us. Rapid digitization of key electoral process without independent audit raises the fear of manipulations, surveillance, and targeting. Reforms without consensus do not strengthen democracy. They fracture the very confidence in the very process that elects the governments. Therefore, this exercise has unfortunately raised serious concerns for decades. Electoral rolls were revised with integrity, transparency, and fairness. Institutions were respected and processes were sacrosanct. But today, we are forced to ask, are these institutions being compromised? Are age-old procedures being questioned only to create confusion and delay? Is the trust between the people and the system being weakened deliberately? This is not about names on a list. This is not about the soul. This is about the soul of our democracy. If electoral rolls are manipulated, democracy itself is manipulated. If institutions bend, the will of the people breaks. And let us be clear, many years from now, many of us may not be here, but the people of the great nation will remember only one thing: who stood with the Constitution and who stood against it. Sir, our forefathers conceived a Constitution so beautiful, so inclusive, that no matter whether we come from Kanyakumari or Kashmir, we all were treated equally. That was their vision. This is our responsibility. Sir, today one party is in power, tomorrow another will be. Governments change, the nation remains. But the question history will ask is simple. When the foundations were shaken, who defended the republic? We must say this loudly and clearly. The SIR process inspires suspicion. Let those who think electoral processes can be twisted know that the voter may be silent, but the voter is never helpless. And those who try to erase the names from rolls understand you can't erase the people's will. You can't delete democracy. Sir, when we talk of weakening of federalism and democracy, it is important to mention that abrogation of Article 370 and 35A on 5th August 2019 was done without the consent of the people and without an elected assembly. Article 370 was not a privilege. It was a constitutional guarantee, a bridge of trust between J&K and the Union of India. Removing it unilaterally undermined that trust. Democracy cannot exist without consent. And sir, legitimacy also cannot exist without representation. Sir, our stand is very clear. We do not accept the manner in which Article 370 was abrogated. We will continue to challenge it democratically, constitutionally, and peacefully. But sir, we must also speak truth to power. Silence is not acceptance. Delay is not consent.
Maiden speech,
And
it's
the
a maiden
absence of
speech.
agitation must not be misread
It's a
as
maiden speech,
agreement.
but however, let's stick to the point.
So the
Honorable
people of
member,
Jammu Kashmir have not
let's
surrendered their rights. They have simply been denied a platform to exercise
is-
them.
Honorable
Sir,
member, please
full
speak on
statehood
the
must be
election
restored
reforms.
immediately.
It has to be on the
Governance
election
must be
reforms,
accountable,
honorable member.
represented, and rooted in the will of the
Honorable
people.
member,
Statehood
it is on
must be
election
restored
reforms.
immediately. And anything
It is
else,
on election
anything
reforms.
less is unacceptable. Sir, the National Conference
No,
stands
maiden
for
speech does not
constitutional,
mean you can speak
peaceful,
anything,
and
no?
democratic engagement.
Maiden speech does
The
not
people
mean-
of J&K
Yeah.
still await their
This is
rightful
not- it will
voice.
not- anything that is
Development,
not on the
jobs,
election
and
reforms
peace
will not go on
are
record.
inseparate from political rights.
Anything that is not on the election
progress
reforms,
comes
please sit
only when
down.
governance is
Please sit
accountable,
down.
inclusive,
Honorable
and
member,
democratic.
honorable member, honorable member, honorable member.
Honorable Chairman, sir.
Anything that is not on the election
Honorable
reforms
Chairman,
will
sir.
not go on
We
record.
do not seek
I do
charity.
understand it is a maiden speech.
आप सुनने
Please
की
sit down.
क्षमता रखिए, बैठिए,
Please sit down.
बैठिए।
I'm making the ruling.
We do not speak.
Please sit down. I'm making the
Honorable
ruling.
sir, we do not seek charity.
I'm
We do
sorry,
not
that will
seek
not go on record.
privileges.
That is not
We
part of the
seek
election
justice,
reforms.
dignity,
I'm
and
sorry,
constitutional
honorable
rights.
member, that will not
Sir,
go on
our
record
statehood,
because it
our
is not part of
identity,
election
and our
reforms.
democratic space are non-negotiable. Sir, it is time to restore what was
I'm
taken.
sorry, I'll have to move
Rebuild
on then.
trust,
Though it is a
and
maiden
return
speech,
the
I'll have to
voice of
move
the
on. You are not
people
speaking
to
on
the
the
center
topic.
of governance.
He's not speaking on the topic. He's not speaking on the topic. Rule 110 applies.
सर
Please
जमहूरियत
come back
की
on
राह
election
में
reforms.
सोच नजर से मिलनी चाहिए.
The governments keep changing, but you should be honest towards your nation. Jai Kashmir, Jai India.
थैंक यू सर सर सबसे पहले
So, first of all, I'm happy that
topic has moved and been elevated beyond SIR to the larger agenda of electoral reforms. So listening to the debates over the last few hours, last week, even in the Lok Sabha, हर एक के अलग-अलग
everyone has their own opinion that how we can strengthen our democracy in our own ways.
somebody thinks there are imperfections in our democracy, in our electoral system. उन imperfections के बावजूद
Despite those imperfections, today Indians are very proud that we are not only the largest democracy across the world, but also the most vibrant democracy.
we are still, every government, state or central, able to uphold the fundamental democratic promise that every 5 years, there is a smooth transition of power. This is something which we must keep in mind across all parties, regardless of which party or ideology we belong to, that this is not something that can be said even of Western nations today. Jahan tak election commission
As far as election commission is concerned, be it state or the center level,
the efficacy of the election commissions is directly correlated to the health and efficacy of political parties. Few examples I'd like to highlight. जब electoral rolls revise हो रहे हैं,
when electoral rolls are being revised, legally this is the work of election commission, but practically
political parties also mobilize their base. हम भी अपने कार्यकर्ताओं को कहते हैं कि लोग
we also ask our people to get others registered.
We also verify names. We also ensure that core bases are not excluded. And हम सभी ने missing names or
And all of us, when it comes to missing names and duplicate voters in our areas, in our states, we saw these cases in our own constituency in South Mumbai, which is India's most developed electoral constituency in South Mumbai, there are a few booths where more than 95% votes go to the opposition. And we have seen in those booths, almost 3 to 5% of the voters are deceased now and they are still on the voter list. So this clearly means that voters lists revision never benefits just a single party always.
So I've got some time from the BJP.
Mane Muruganji, have you given some time to the honorable member from your party? Honorable Shri Milind
Few minutes, very few minutes. So the other point I must make, few minutes, is that one thing which is of extreme concern across the house. Today, आज मैं मुंबई का उदाहरण दे सकता हूं.
Today, I can give you an example of Mumbai. There are so many unsocial elements which have found a place on our electoral rolls. A few days ago in Mumbai, the attacker accused of Saif Ali Khan, it is a reminder to us that
security, but also electoral integrity. This is something the entire house must take very seriously. The second point of how the efficacy of election commission is directly correlated to the efficacy of political parties. Every party has the ability to appoint polling agents who sit in the booth on election day. They cross-check electoral rolls. They highlight any irregularities. So what is very clear, sir, is that if a party does not have a booth-level network, if a party is disorganized, why disqualify and punish parties that are better organized? This is a classic case of a bad carpenter blaming his tools. The third way that the election commission is directly correlated to the health of parties, counting agents on voting day. Counting agents do the same thing. They monitor the entire process. And therefore, jo election commission ki effectiveness.
the effectiveness is directly related to the health of the political parties. Our brother Sanjay talked about Bihar. Some people are saying that there was a mass voter suppression in Bihar.
जैसे एक politically sensitive, एक politically aware.
In a politically sensitive and politically aware state like Bihar,
Bihar's voters would stay silent if their vote was being stolen because of SIR. Sanjay bhai ne kaha ki
Sanjay ji said that not even in a single booth there was repolling, no violence was reported. And I would like to tell Sanjay bhai through you that in this election, 2 international observers.
One was from Indonesia, one was from South Africa. The commissioner of Indonesia's General Election Commission, Mr. Idham Holik, what did he say? My experience in Bihar has been very inspiring. Everyone could see that the elections were free and fair. India truly is the land of democracy. South Africa, I'm sorry I can't pronounce this person's name, but Masudebeli Sedula Mama Bobo from South Africa, also the Election Commission of South Africa. What did she say? The election in Bihar were amazing. We learned so many things that we can share in South Africa. The digital system used in India was far ahead of South Africa's paper-based process. So, sir, before concluding, few points I want to make, 4 simple questions before the entire house. Sabhi rajnitik dalon ke samne mein.
I would like to pose 4 questions to all political parties. I would also like to congratulate the member from J&K for his maiden speech.
Parliament and our democracy must endure. Question number 1, not directed at any particular party. Some may have a guilty conscience, that's a separate issue. 78 years after our independence, we call ourselves the largest democracy. Is it healthy that political parties,
that many political parties operate as monarchies instead of democracies? Question number 2, cash transfers have empowered women and families. I can give you an example from Maharashtra.
There's a saying, if you give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. If you teach him how to fish, he can feed his family.
Let's conclude, please.
3, electoral bonds were an attempt to curb black money in politics. Supreme Court ने कहा है कि unconstitutional. क्या हम एक नया transparent model?
Can we not make a new transparent model?
There are 1.5 crore non-resident Indians who live overseas today. Despite their size, the fact that they haven't given up their Indian passports when they could have done that in the country they reside in, and they send 140 billion US dollars home every year, making India the world's largest recipient of remittances, they remain excluded from voting. क्या उन्हें भारत के
Should we not give them the right to vote in India's elections?
essential and इसे transparently यदि implement किया जाएगा,
And if it is implemented transparently,
every eligible Indian will get to vote and get to vote only
Thank
once.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Shri Samik Bhattacharya ji. Honorable Shri Samik Bhattacharya ji.
Thank you, sir. EVM या ballot?
EVM or ballot? Sometimes happiness, sometimes sorrow. It will go on. Sir, I come from West Bengal.
Border with Bangladesh, which is more than 2,200 kilometers. And basically, I do believe it is not possible for any agency, any force to control illegal immigration unless and until there is a state government and central government joint operation, mass awareness, and political consensus. We cannot and will not stop this kind of illegal immigration. Sir, I want to quote some Jyoti Basu's statement. Basu ji बहुत बड़ा नेता हुआ करते थे.
Basuji was a great leader.
उन्होंने बोला था
He had said that the problem of infiltration
from weaker economy to stronger economy, people to come. What we can do? एक मानविक मुख से
we should consider this issue with a humanitarian view.
8th January, in a meeting with Sheikh Hasina in Kolkata, Jyoti Basu said, infiltration is taking place in illegal settlers from across the border are a major headache of many Indian cities. West Bengal is bearing the burn of the infiltration and the state's economy is being adversely affected. The infiltrators would be pushed back after discussion with Dhaka. Now they are speaking against pushback. जो पार्टी जिस पार्टी का नेता किसी
Those leaders who were talking against infiltration, the same people from the other party are today saying something else. It is all about mindset. We were discussing Vande Mataram. We heard CPIM. There has been a division between them. Earlier they were saying their leader, Muzaffar Amit,
Communist Party. In his own autobiography, he wrote, the Anandamath Bankim's novel was full of communal hatred from beginning to end. While the song Vande Mataram was unacceptable to a Muslim boy, a monotheist by upbringing.
They're asking
like
you to
me.
authenticate. Will you authenticate?
Sir,
Sorry?
Sir, Indrajit Gupta.
What is the rule?
0.
1 second. They are
No,
not
no,
part
sir,
of it.
sir,
One second.
I won't allow him. Sir, कौन सा point of order? किस चीज का point of order?
He's
वो
referring to
समझने
what-
की समय नहीं घटना चाहिए.
what point of order are you referring to?
कौन सा order नहीं?
And I can raise 239 also because through chairman I can ask questions to him.
No, you cannot. Right at this stage, he's speaking.
240.
No, I'm not allowing it. No, that's not the rule right now. Please. I'm not allowing a question and answer right now when the debate is going. I'm not going. No.
Sir, Indrajit Gupta, CPI.
I cannot allow an intervention now when he's speaking. If you have a point of order, you ask me. What is the point of order?
Sir, time please.
Did he read his autobiography?
He will put it on order. Please. Yes.
Sir,
Please
Sir, आप समझ
continue.
लीजिए, नहीं, ऐसा नहीं चल सकता.
Please,
This cannot work, sir.
please. Yes, please. Please continue.
Sir, Indrajit Gupta, CPI leader, Union Minister of Home Affairs, 1996 to 97, date 6th May 1997 on the floor of the Lok Sabha. He gave an estimation of the total number of illegal Bangladeshi immigrants across the India is over 1 crore. His specific figures for key border
Give him a
states.
minute to speak. Give him a minute to speak. I'll come to your point of order.
West Bengal 54 lakhs, Assam 44 lakhs. Sri Shiprakash Jaiswal, MOS Home Affairs under UPA government, date July 2004, admitted in the parliament that there were 1.2 crore illegal immigrants in India. Manmohan Singh, 30th September 2005, India is opposed to all illegal immigration.
1 second, they've been asking a point of order. Let me just take that and I'll come to you and I'll
No,
allow
no,
you
sir,
to
1 minute, sir.
Just 1 second. Yeah.
It is physically connected with for your electoral reforms. Sir, बाप किराए में मिलता है पश्चिम बंगाल में.
Sir, a person of 15 years of age has fathered 10 children.
Security.
Point of order. I'm just taking a point of order.
धर्मशाला नहीं है, धर्म.
Sir,
Second. Point of order very quickly. Rule number. Rule number. Rule number.
Sir, I'm on rule number.
Please
My
sit
mic is on,
down.
yeah, 1
Please
minute.
sit down. Point of order
Sir,
very quickly.
I'm
One
on rule
second.
number. Sir, ask
One-
him to stay quiet so that we can
Rule
read out.
number, please. On
Rule number 240, sir.
240, irrelevance.
Irrelevant, sorry. My limited submission here,
Yes,
sir, is
yes.
that the debate is not about immigration, it's about electoral reform.
Yes.
This is not a platform to give an election
He's
speech.
going to place it on
This
record.
is not a place to give an election speech. Let him speak on electoral reform, sir. And please ask him to authenticate what he's saying because this is not a
Take your
free
point.
for all, sir. Thank
Okay.
you.
Now, Shamik ji, 2 points. Very quickly, 2 points.
Sir,
Shamik
one
ji, 2 points. 2 points. One, you will place it on record for authentication on the floor.
Yes, sir.
One.
Definitely.
Second, is that whatever you're saying on illegal immigration, as you're talking about electoral reforms, you can relate to that as well. That's all. Please continue.
It is totally related, sir, I do believe. Sir, Manmohan Singh, 30th September
Please,
2005,
please.
2005. India is opposed to all illegal immigration into the country, be it from Bangladesh or elsewhere. The illegal immigration should not be encouraged. ये हमारा देश.
So these are the words of the Prime Minister of the country. So there is one more incident. Sir, I'm referring to 2005.
Chief Minister and then leader, Ms. Mamta Banerjee, threw the papers on the Deputy Speaker on Lok Sabha, Charanjit Singh Otwal, on 4th August 2005. कितना बारी IPI
Sir, how many times they have referred to Mamta Banerjee? You please go through the records. What was her version at that time? That time she used to believe that the voter list of West Bengal is full of Bangladeshis and she will not allow.
She threw all the papers to the speaker desk. सारा देश ने
And the entire country watched that spectacle. What Mamta ji did.
Ms. Mamta Banerjee, जो करना चाहिए.
She did what needed to be done. Today, what is being done in West Bengal? What Mamta ji was saying at that time, we are having the same opinion today.
August, what Mamta Banerjee said, वही बात आज हम दोहरा रहे हैं.
Sir, we are repeating the same thing what Mamta ji was saying in 2005, that West Bengal must be freed from infiltrators. These people, the people who were not originally residents of India, they had already left India. They are coming back to India as infiltrators, and our party, and we are from the same fraternity, and a leader from West Bengal is saying that after all, we all belong to one place, we all have originated from one place, and we all know that a leader from their party is saying that not a single Bangladeshi should be thrown out.
Authenticated will not go on record. I'm ruling it. Anything not authenticated will not go on record.
Sir,
Please continue.
64 lakh ऐसे
Sir, about 64 lakh such voters have been found who have a difference of just 15 years between the age of father and the son. Sir, we must get rid of them. Election Commission is a constitutional authority.
have to accept it. 12 राज्य में
In 12 states, SIR is being conducted, and why you are opposing SIR only in West Bengal? Sir, in the voter list, we find that sister has been married to her brother. So it is a kind of land jihad, love jihad. Who had coined this term? It was not BJP, it was the Communist Party who had coined love jihad. And Tiwari ji, who is such a seasoned leader, Digvijay Singh ji, who is such a seasoned leader, please go to Murshidabad once. Please have tea at the house of Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary ji. And what Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary ji is saying, he says that in Bengal, vote theft is not taking place. Rather, votes are being looted. I am not saying so. Your own leader, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary ji, is saying like this, where Jairam ji has left. I am very much grateful to Jairam ji. Jairam ji, in the year 2009,
इनका नाम आचार्य जगदीश चंद्र
he had changed the name of the botanical garden. And today, people from West Bengal, they are coming to Jairam Ramesh ji. You please ask Jairam Ramesh ji to come once to West Bengal and try to find himself that what is the situation there right now, how infiltrators have encroached upon that, and people have moved to the police stations, but no action has been taken by the authorities against these infiltrators. And they have direct link, the local leaders, they have direct link with those infiltrators, and their names must be struck off from the voter list at any case. These Rohingyas must not become voters of our country. These Bangladeshi infiltrators, they must be thrown out. Their names must be deleted from the voter list. There is no need to get panicked. There are places like Nanpara. You please go there and you yourself try to find out that how people are encroaching upon the government land. And they have kind of started a war against environment. And we are not against any particular party, but these people, they are openly challenging the authority of Election Commission. They are openly challenging the rule of law. And just 2 days ago, they said that the entire media has been sold out, and the leaders from CPI, what they are saying, a worker from CPI was burnt alive by them, and they are talking about violence. I am referring to political violence, sir. So there was a time when the leader of and the current chief minister of West Bengal, she used to oppose Buddhadev Bhattacharya, and she would always say that there is nothing left in West Bengal. Please go to Bihar and please try to find out what has happened in Bihar and what is the current situation prevailing in West Bengal.
procedure regarding allegations against members. Sir, the request here is for the last 14 minutes that he's been speaking. This is the second time I'm raising a point of order on a different rule altogether. So he's making unsubstantiated statements. He's making allegations against members.
I'm giving the
so
ruling.
You have the right to stop him
I
and
am
discontinue
giving the
his
ruling.
speech, sir.
Anything that is not authenticated
No, sir,
will
you
not
can,
go on
sir,
record.
you can ask him to discontinue his speech, sir.
I will do that.
Because
Yeah,
this is an
please,
election
please.
speech he's giving here, sir.
Okay.
It's not related to the topic.
Point of order.
He's making vile allegations.
I've taken your point.
He's
I've
speaking
taken your point.
untruths. He's lying, sir.
I have taken your point.
Please, sir.
I've
You
taken
can
your
ask
point
him
of
to
order.
discontinue,
I've
sir.
taken
Thank
your
you.
point of order. Point of order. Sorry. 258.
When a member is speaking deliberately, it's being disrupted multiple times, so it's not disrupted. So you should allow only once. The point of order should be allowed only once during when member.
Understood. Understood. Please continue, Mr. Bhattacharya. Please continue. Please continue.
सर समय देखिएगा वो नहीं
Sir, please look at the watch.
देखिए चुनाव आयोग
So Election Commission has started a process. And some people approached Supreme Court. What Supreme Court said in this matter, we all know about that. Sir, before Haryana election, before Delhi election, no SIR was conducted. SIR was only conducted during Bihar election. And after SIR in Bihar, how many people challenged the SIR? The people who are complaining of vote theft, and they have the associates who are actually indulging in looting votes. Sir,
Ranjan Chaudhary